to make sure, Mineral County, you can hear me?
We can hear you.
We can.
Thank you very much. I will call the case Rita Anderson versus Mineral County Attorney, DC DV 22-53, and Rita Anderson et al. Versus Mineral County Sheriff, DV 22-54. This is the time and place for a hearing on the issues of retaliation. In looking through the issues as outlined by counsel and as set forth in pleadings, I think counsel has overestimated the time that the court has available this morning to go through the number of witnesses and exhibits that have been placed, at least on the list of issues and exhibits. I also need some assistance from counsel prior to begin what the prayer for relief is going to be. So Mr. Jasper, I need to know from your perspective. I need to know, Mr. Congdon, from your perspective, and I'll invite Mr. Lesher to provide his perspective, what the object of today's hearing will be. What are you asking the court to do?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of the plaintiffs, today we're going to be requesting that the court hold the county attorney's office in contempt for the actions that they have done in defending myself, the sheriff, and other individuals, also for willfully not following the court's orders, willfully misrepresenting items to the court. And the relief that we are going to be seeking is the first is we are going to ask that as part of the remedy that the court appoint an independent investigator to identify whether or not the county has acted in good faith in complying with this court's order. It will also investigate into the retaliation against myself, my law partner, my firm, and my clients that I represent that are in Mineral County. And it will also look into the retaliation that has occurred to employees at the Mineral County Courthouse. Second, it will, we are asking that you declare that the Mineral County Attorney's Office has a conflict with our firm, and in the event that we represent a party to an action involving the County Attorney's Office, they bring in an independent prosecutor. Third, we are going to ask that the court order a mediation to be paid by the county attorney's office to attempt to get this back on track and in compliance at the cost of the county. And essentially also to discuss a little bit about attorney's fees and why at this point we believe that those are just.
Mr. Congdon.
Several things, Your Honor. One, the exhibit list for the hearing we just received 5 minutes ago. I have an earlier one that Mr. Jasper filed. One of your directives to us in the last meeting in February was no more hearing or trial by ambush, and that's exactly what's still going on. So if someone's in contempt, I would say the people not providing us what we were required to have are the persons who are in contempt. And secondly, I'm not sure that the remedies requested by Mr. Jasper are something that are doable in the time we have today or considerable by the court in the time we have, because the first we heard what his required remedies or prayer for relief are was as he just said it 30 seconds ago. So So the reality is the question of retaliation by ambush is still being done, in my sense, by Mr. Jasper saying this to us, or doing it this route, which we shouldn't do. So in respect to the details of either who's not followed the writs or who's misrepresented what's been done, I would like to hear the evidence that indicates that from Mr. Jasper's perspective, and if we don't have time to respond today to that, we have no objection to that, because as far as I'm aware, we've done everything possible for compliance. It's a huge task to have taken on doing it, but we are getting there. But I just think that the remedies requested are a bit, one, difficult or a bit harsh, number one. Number two, to hear them at the start of a hearing, not a trial, is a difficult thing to walk into in terms of, this is basically, let's have a good time and do it by not telling them first. And I just feel like this is an ambush that should not be going on that way. I'd like to offer the witnesses that Mr. Jasper and Mr. Leisure have. Let's hear what they've got if there's time left. I only really think we'll call one witness at this point in time, because we expect cross-examination would solve or answer most of the other questions. So we don't see taking a whole lot of time today ourselves, if that helps you. The thing you directed us the other day was what happens with the mediation question. Mr. Fagg said he is willing to do it. And I talked with Paul's office, and they said Russ Fagg is acceptable. Karen Townsend is acceptable to us, and I have not heard back from either of the other persons we listed, which is Mr. Korn or Mr. Van Valkenburg. But Russ Fagg was in Livingston yesterday, and he said he's willing to take it on a reasonable schedule. And I even talked that schedule order with Mr. Leisher's office yesterday in terms of what they can do. So with respect to the business left from the other Tuesday hearing, that's the thing you directed us for. That's the answer we have, and Mr. Fagg's willing. If the court is, and if the other parties say that's fine, they will do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of Sheriff Funke, our request for today, first of all, to speak to the mediation. Mr. Congdon and I spoke yesterday on the phone. George Korn just called me this morning and is not available to do it. Judge Fagg is acceptable to both sides, and it sounds like he's available. So we will proceed with scheduling mediation with Judge Fagg. And the timeline that Mr. Congdon and I discussed yesterday was to conduct the mediation in early June and submit briefs within the next 2 to 3 weeks here to the mediator, addressing the issues there. With respect to today, the requests on behalf of the sheriff to the court would be that the county attorney's office be admonished to work cooperatively with the sheriff with regard to the issues that this court is addressing in the 2 writs. That there be a finding that the county attorney's office's actions necessitated the sheriff hiring independent counsel. If the court is willing to entertain the request that the county be ordered to pay Sheriff Funke's attorney's fees for independent counsel, if the court finds that it was the county attorney's office's actions that led to the sheriff needing independent counsel. And finally, that the county attorney's office be admonished to cease telling members of the public that the sheriff is guilty of various crimes and dishonesty in relation to the writs and in relation to communicating and cooperating with Mr. Jaspers to bring the sheriff's office into compliance with the writ.
Your Honor, I'll respond quickly. One, the exhibits, we did exactly as the court ordered, provided a list. It's all documents generated by their office on it. It's outlined in our exhibit list just as this court ordered to it. And so there is no ambush or anything. The list is in our witness list. It complies exactly with it. 2, his trial by ambush. Your Honor, you asked me what my request would be, and so I answered your question.
So are you talking about petitioner's list of witnesses and exhibits, docket 84, or are you talking about an updated list?
It is the 84, I believe, Your Honor. I didn't bring the list, but it was filed.
Okay, so Mr. Jasper, you had requested this hearing. Call your first witness.
Deb Jackson, Your Honor.
Ms. Jackson, would you please take the stand in Mineral County and be sworn in by the clerk?
Your Honor, all right, I'm with this all right.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Jasper, if you want to move it right to the well of the court and move the microphone over, that way you could see, I will deactivate my video, which should bring hopefully the Mineral County one to the forefront.
Judge, on this end, we have
Yes.
we have a couple other people with black screens. So you're kind of tiny, but I think, can you see good enough?
What I may do. No, that's fine. Just go ahead and bring it over. Do make sure that you're speaking directly into the microphone. And thank you, Ms. Jackson, for rearranging it so that you're looking directly at the camera. I appreciate that.
No problem. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Deb.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Deborah Ann Jackson, Jackson.
Can you hear her, Your Honor?
I can. Actually, Ms. Jackson, if you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone even closer. Thank you.
Got it.
And your current occupation?
County Attorney.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a county attorney?
There's many, but among one is prosecution, assisting the county in all different ways. There's boards, there's the commissioners, there's personnel issues, there's a lot of different issues.
Would it be fair to say that the county attorney plays a critical role in our criminal justice system?
Yes,
Would it be also fair to say that the county attorney is the lead law enforcement officer for the county?
yes,
And you also are the person that is responsible for the safety of the community, correct?
well, I
With
don't-
regards to
Physically
prosecuting
do it.
criminal cases.
Well, I prosecute, yes. And that would also ensure safety for the community.
Okay. And as the county attorney, you represent the community as a whole, and your primary duty is to Mineral County, is that right?
It is,
And when you speak as the county attorney, that carries extra weight, doesn't it?
it depends on where I speak. In my
Well,
home,
when you
I
offer
don't-
an opinion as the county attorney, the public relies on you as the main law enforcement officer and county attorney for what they would believe to be true. Isn't that fair?
can you say that again? That was a long one.
When you speak as the county attorney and you're speaking to the public, because of your position as the county attorney, people will rely on what you say. Is that fair?
Some will, some won't.
You know that when you speak your opinion, that it can influence people's decisions or opinions of others. Isn't that fair?
Your Honor, I would object on the basis what he's doing is asked and answered within the question, and I would ask him to ask questions rather than speculation.
Well, one thing I am noticing is that they are all leading questions, Mr. Jasper. I haven't heard you ask to treat Ms. Jackson as a hostile witness, nor have I detected any hostility, at least directly to your questions. I would ask you to ask direct questions until you have received permission of the court to treat Ms. Jackson as a hostile witness.
What are your duties of honesty to the public when speaking about people?
I'm honest.
Okay? So it would be wrong for you to make misstatements or allegations that aren't true about somebody.
Mr. Jasper, I try to be as truthful as possible. Sometimes you make statements and you find out other facts. So this is an open-ended question. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. If you could get to the crux of it, maybe we can resolve it.
Your Honor, I've asked to treat her as an adverse witness.
Not at this time yet, Mr. Jasper. Keep going.
In addition, Your Honor, if I
When
may,
you
What, Mr. Congdon?
Mr. Jasper did also not list her as a witness, adverse or otherwise, and I have no objection to him asking the questions, but it's interesting he insists a moment ago that he's provided the witness list and the exhibits. The list he gave us does not have her as a witness, and I have 8 exhibits on his list, but his new list from this morning has 13. So I don't know why we multiplied by 50% the number of exhibits and why we've added a witness now for himself. But it seems like we are not complying with what the court requested us to do, which is provide the list that we're supposed to use and go from there. So if we can ask the questions and leave them as questions, not speculation, or leave the witness, I would appreciate that, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Congdon, I'm going to affirm in part and overrule in part. I will say that anything that is not on the previously filed exhibit list will be excluded from this hearing. So that issue is done. As for Ms. Jackson being called, she is a representative of the Mineral County Attorney's Office. She is the Mineral County Attorney, and therefore her being listed as a witness, much like Sheriff Funke being listed as a witness, or frankly any of the plaintiffs being listed as a witness, the court is less concerned about. Those are all fair game. So I will let Mr. Jasper continue with his inquiry to Ms. Jackson, and let's move along.
Have you made any defamatory statements regarding myself or Mr. Funke to individuals of the public?
First of all, if you can identify what you're calling a defamatory statement.
I couldn't hear what she said.
Actually, first, Mr. Jasper, if you want to pull that black box over there as well, that is the speaker where you are going to be hearing. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you into a wiring situation, Mr. Jasper. Okay. And then second of all, she was asking for what statements do you believe were defamatory, so that she could address direct statements.
I'm asking in general, Your Honor, and I think that's a fair question to identify how many times that she's done this.
And you may ask, I'm just telling you what she said.
Again, my question is, have you made defamatory statements to the public about myself, my firm, or Sheriff Funke?
Mr. Jasper, I have not been real pleased with your firm, with you, or the sheriff. I don't know what you're calling a defamatory statement, so if you want to get to the point and ask me the question about what statement I made, I'll be more than happy to respond to it. Now, you may see something defamatory in it, I may not. I may see it as factual.
As what?
Factual.
Factual, all right. Have you indicated that either I or Ryan Funk are criminals?
I have not indicated you are criminals. I have said that there has been some behavior that has been bad. And if you want me to go...
Anyone that Ryan or I have committed crimes?
No, I had a problem when Ryan Funk put
It's a
somebody...
yes or no question.
I'm trying to answer your question, sir. I am. I did have a problem with when he claimed to have hired Micah Allard when he was told not to hire Micah Allard. And he put him in a patrol car that was out on the streets, patrolling the streets when he had not been...
Objection, Your Honors, not answering the question.
I'm trying to.
So, hold it. Again, Mr. Jasper, you are trying to ask leading questions which have a yes or no answer. This is direct exam. Ms. Jackson gets to ask or answer the question as fully and fairly as she can. So I'm going to have Ms. Jackson continue. Objection overruled.
When Micah Allard was placed in a patrol car, he was not hired by the county. He was in uniform. That means he was in a patrol car stopping people. He's in an unauthorized Mineral County vehicle. That could be a crime because it was unauthorized by the commissioners. It was also a problem if he stopped people, because that could be an unlawful restraint. He was not under color of authority. That could be a crime. That is a problem. Yes, Mr. Jasper, I have a problem with that.
Again, I'm going to re-ask my question because I don't believe that was answered. Who have you told in the public that myself have committed crimes?
I don't know that I have told anybody in the public that you have committed crimes. If you think I have done so, ask me if I have said it. I will tell you.
Have you told anyone in the public that you were going to get me disbarred?
I said there are some actions that could be disbarable, yes. I believe I told that to Byzantine, who was standing by my door, and Trooper Tafoya. When you went and made contact with the sheriff, when you're suing the sheriff, you're the one directing the action toward the sheriff and the county attorney's office. The county attorney at that time was the one that was in charge of the case, and you were talking to our client. That is like an ethical violation. You should not have done that. And you were communicating with the one
else.
You were communicating with the sheriff outside our presence and didn't even tell us until later. And he was getting information and direction from... May I finish, please?
My law practice.
May I finish, please? You were directing him in this lawsuit...
Your Honor.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes?
Ms. Jackson, I've answered the question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Continue, Mr. Jasper.
Have you told people in the public that you are going to take my law practice?
I never said I was going to take your law practice, no.
Have you told individuals that you are going to take my house?
No, I said financially, that could be a problem.
Explain, please.
If you're committing ethical violations, you could be held civilly liable.
And as the county attorney, you would be very familiar with the rules of professional conduct. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's why I was so upset with when you contacted our client.
And have you filed any complaint with the ODC alleging any ethical violation on my part?
Not at this time, no.
As the county attorney, are you responsible for the statements made by your deputy county attorney?
I don't know what you're referring to, so I don't know what statements you're referring to, so it's a little hard to say that, I'm responsible for them.
Are you responsible for the oversight and control of your employees, including the deputy county attorney?
Yes,
And do you allow the deputy county attorney to make statements on behalf of your office?
it depends.
And as his supervisor, employer on it, would you agree that the actions of your employee are your responsibility to supervise?
That would be like, I would be with him 24/7 and know everything he's saying. If I know of an incident where there was a problem, then I can deal with it. But if I don't know about an issue, then I wouldn't be able to deal with it. So when you get to the
if I
chase,
understood your answer correctly, is that if the statements are made while he is at work, that you are responsible for those actions. Is that what I heard?
I would be responsible depending on if it was in the course and scope of his employment.
Do you believe it's appropriate to call individuals criminals, unethical, liars to random people of the public as the county attorney?
Are you saying I did that?
I'm asking you, do you think it as a county attorney, it would be proper for an individual as a county attorney to call an individual a criminal, unethical, a liar to people of the public?
If it was factual, it depends.
Okay, so if it's factual, it's okay, but if it isn't true, then it would not be proper, would it?
No.
And part of the reason it's important for the county attorney, let me ask you this, is it important for the county attorney to measure their words before they say things to the public?
There's a time to hold your tongue, yes.
And when you're holding a public office, the top law enforcement office of the county. If you make a declaratory statement, is it fair for people to rely on your statements as being true?
You know, that's a hypothetical. If you could give me some concrete questions, I could probably answer it better. Because right now, I don't know where you're going with this.
I think it was a clear question, Your Honor. I'd ask that she be instructed to answer.
You get to ask it again, Mr. Jasper.
Do you think before you as the county attorney make a statement to the public that you need to consider the ramifications of the facts that you're going to state?
Yes, we think before we talk. Yes.
And as the county attorney, as a public official, would you agree that as a county attorney, your word carries more weight than the average person's?
Well, I don't think that's the case after the filing of the writ and after all the comments that have been ongoing and all the allegations that have been slung at this Monroe County Attorney's Office, that the Monroe County Attorney holds much weight. But with the weight that I do have, I am very careful with it.
Have you attempted to coerce law enforcement officers to write a report so that you could charge me with a crime?
No. Absolutely not.
So you mentioned earlier Trooper Tafoya as one of the individuals that you told that I was the criminal, that I was unethical, that I was a liar, and that you were going to see my law practice and house taken away from me. Is there anyone else that you have spoken those words to?
And you just misrepresented what I said. That's not what I said. You just put it in your context. I told you what I said.
Well, I thought that I outlined those. Which one did I state that?
You misstated a lot of it. So I told you what I said, and I already testified to what was said. And that's because Byzantine was at my door, and he was saying that he had issues, and Trooper Tafoya had come into the office as we were speaking. It was in my office.
Is Trooper Tafoya a part of the writ?
No, he is not. He was coming to deliver something. And we
So
just got out of court.
And you spewed to him the information that you testified to.
I did not spew to him. He had walked up as I was speaking.
Well, and did he ask you, hey, what do you think of Lance Jasper?
I don't remember what he said. And I don't know that I would have even said much to him.
Let me ask you this, did he leave that conversation that you were having with Byzantine?
I don't recall. I just remember
What was
that.
the purpose of telling Trooper Tafoya?
I wasn't telling Trooper Tafoya. I was talking to Byzantine at the time.
Well, is that something that you would think that someone that's not involved in the writ should be privy agree to?
It wasn't anything I included him in on. He happened to come up to my door at the time I was talking to Byzantine.
What kind of effects do you think that can have on a person like myself when you say things like that to law enforcement officers?
Your Honor, I would ask or object to the question because Mr. Byzantine at the time was not a law enforcement officer because he wasn't working. And if Tafoya heard the conversation, it wasn't said to him, it was overheard. So if Mr. Jasper could quit trying to lead the witness down his path and ask questions, I would appreciate it, please, Your Honor.
So A, I'm going to overrule your objection. The questioning doesn't rely upon Mr. Byzantine being any particular person. I don't think it has any relevance whatsoever. Second of all, though, I will take what I think your objection was about is that Mr. Jasper is asking Ms. Jackson to speculate as to how he would feel if he were if she were to I don't know, it's speculation. So I will sustain it on that part, Mr. Jasper. Do you have further questions for this witness?
I do. I would like to know, other than Trooper Tafoya and Mr. Byzantine, who else have you spoken to with regards to issues of my honesty, whether or not I'm a criminal, or if I'm unethical, or I'm a liar? Who else?
Well, that is duplicative adjectives. If you could break them down, I probably have not talked to many people. They are in my office. I had 2 clerical, and Wally, and myself. I am not one to do anything pretty much outside my office. I work and I go home.
You have not, so is it your statement, I want to make sure of this, that you have not communicated to any other person outside of your office, Mr. Byzantine, Trooper Tafoya, that I'm a criminal, I'm unethical, I'm a liar, and that you're seeking to destroy my law practice and take my home?
Well, that's a mouthful. No, I don't.
It is a mouthful, and I'm trying to understand,
If you could ask me if you could ask me a specific question, because I get calls all the time from law
Who
enforcement.
have you told that I am a liar?
I don't recall.
How many people have you told that I'm a criminal?
I don't recall that I ever told anybody you were a criminal. I said there were criminal actions that were taken by putting Micah Allard in a car. I'm not saying you're a criminal. So I don't know where this paranoia is coming from. If you think I said you were a criminal, if you ask me, if I said it to somebody, I'll be more than happy to tell you. I do not think that you have been exactly, everybody makes mistakes. So I don't want to say that what you have said was a lie, but there are many allegations that have been in this writ that I have found have been overly blown and exaggerated to the point where I question what I get, from you.
The next question, likewise, how many people and who have you told that I'm a liar?
I don't know that I say you're a liar. I think I had a conversation with Sergeant Smalley after one case that, at that time it was Deputy Funk and you called Deputy Funk as your witness, and he wasn't on your witness list, and there was no reason when he was my witness, and I had some problems, so I talked to Sergeant Smalley about that. But other than that, I don't know.
You've taken, you would agree with me that prior to this writ ever being filed, Jordan and I tried to come out and offer assistance to help you with the problems that were going on in Mineral County. Would that be fair?
Well, that's like the fox guarding the hen house, because you were trying to make money off the writ with the attorney's fees, and you're saying we want to come out and help you. But the problem with it, Lance, is that you and Ellen knew this stuff. I come into office on May 13th, and you knew I was going to disclose, because I told you I was going to disclose. I started disclosing stuff June 6th. I happened to have a trial right away, and I wanted to find out what the court was going to say. So I did an in-camera motion in limine / in camera, because I didn't know how to respond to this, because all of a sudden I find out some information that was on Brady. And so I started disclosing June 6th. And then I had a conversation with Jordan Kilby, and she said, when are you going to disclose? I said, I'm disclosing right now. Can you give me your Montana transfer? I'll drop it in your box. And then I never heard back from her. And the next day, that's when all the motions started. And I had probably 15 motions, or maybe, I'm exaggerating, maybe it was 12 motions on my desk for Justice Court. So I have, you're the one that filed the writ.
And why did I, if you know, why was the writ filed?
Well, that's my big question, because you knew about all this adverse stuff of the Brady stuff, because you and Ellen had conversations, because I'm seeing emails that you guys were talking about it. And then Ellen says, I'm gonna tell Debbie right before she left. I was appointed May 13th, and I started disclosing June 6th. I never ran away from this writ. The writ, I want to clean up this county. I think this county has had problems from day one. And I'm concerned that you guys knew about it, you and Ellen, and all this time was going by and nothing was done. But the minute I got in on May 13th is when all of this, that's when you decided to do the writ. And here's my other issue, is, give me a second, please. My mouth is getting dry. I told you when we had our meeting that, Lance, I will work with you. I will do everything you want. Just don't make the taxpayers of Mineral County pay for it. The retirees should not be paying for this. And I am embracing,
That's a really interesting.
Can I finish my statement?
I think.
I'm embracing.
No, I haven't asked a question. I'd be allowed to ask it.
Ms. Jackson, I think you're slipping into a monologue at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware of what the city attorney did with regards to the cases involving the Brady officers?
Yes. He dismissed.
What did he do?
He didn't call me. He didn't ask any questions. He didn't ask what the facts were, and he just dismissed all the actions. If there was an officer there. Brady is not a dismissal automatically. Again, the county got injured.
What is your understanding of Brady, and what are your obligations?
To disclose. I have a duty to disclose. When I know the information, I must disclose. And the problem is, even if after I disclose, if I can still make the case, I can go forward on the case. A lot of times I have to exclude it.
And would it be proper to move forward with the case when you know that you aren't going to try the case?
No. But I've been hit with so many cases. There's been times where I've asked people to brief them so I can look to see where they're coming from before I go forward. And I sit down and I have to go over each case independently and see whether I can make the case. And at times I have chosen to dismiss the case on my own motion.
You seem to believe that I have some obligation under Brady and that I have caused this situation with the writ, blaming Ellen and me talking about this. Would you explain to me your understanding of Brady as far as a defense attorney?
Well, I'm not saying as a defense attorney what your obligations are. I'm saying as a county attorney, I know what my obligations are. But here's the problem. Knowledge vitiates Brady. There's case law on it. If the defense attorney knew at the time of the Brady, then the disclosure is not necessary. And there's case law on that. I can't quote it right now, and I'm probably butchering the poor case, but I'm just telling you, in some respect, if you had knowledge, then you didn't require the disclosure.
The Brady, what do you believe that is a defense attorney's obligation under Brady?
I don't know. I don't know what your obligation is, but I'm saying when you have knowledge, that does impact the disclosure on my end.
So would you want the attorney defense attorney to disclose to you improper actions of an officer so that you could investigate whether or not it's Brady?
Absolutely.
Because you are the one that has the ability to investigate, correct?
Well, not even the ability as much as I have to take action and start the investigation.
You've indicated that this writ you believe is a profit-driven motive of mine. Is that true?
No, I said it is one of those considerations. Here's the problem. I asked you if I said we would work together and we would do everything that you requested if you just didn't make the county go forward with them paying. I believe that, to be honest, you want me to tell you the truth? I think the writ is a good thing. Because if we have any chance on this earth of cleaning up Mineral County and making Mineral County run properly, it is this writ. Because now the court can give me some guidance and some impact because we have problems. And I think it's been a long history in this county of having issues with the sheriff's department. And I say that just by talking to the public. I have heard from the public that they didn't have trust in the sheriff's department. And the problem is, I'm seeing even now, we have the same issues in the sheriff's department. That's ongoing. When we tell the sheriff, please do not hire somebody because we have an issue with that person and we don't want to keep going through the same mess we've been going through, and they do it, I have a problem. Maybe the court can give us some assistance.
If the writ is a good thing and it helps clean up Mineral County, it would be proper then to follow the court's orders in providing information that can help accomplish that. Would that be fair?
That's very fair, and we are doing so. I have embraced the writ, believe it or not.
And one of the very beginning of the writ was to produce the policies for the sheriff's office. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And we had waited and waited and waited to get those on it. But isn't it true that you had the Lexipol policy in October of 2022?
I don't know that they followed the Lexipol policies and procedures in 2022.
Well, if you would have made that statement at the county commissioners meeting on October 26th on it and discussed that policy, could you explain to the court why that wouldn't have been immediately provided to us?
Mr. Jasper, I had to contact every defendant, every pro se, everything. That was my main goal, was making sure that people had not been victimized by all of this. And so I had to I'm trying to answer your question. There was more things than to go down and search out a policy manual. And actually Wally was doing that, and he was getting the policies and procedures done. But we were trying to get all of the information out and disclosed properly, which is the context of the writ. Now, the policies and procedures of how to go forward, we were working on that as well. We were doing everything we could to try to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Let me ask you this question. Have you or directed Wally to work with the sheriff's office to get information?
I didn't direct him. He was working with the sheriff's office to get the information because he was working on that part of the writ. I was working on getting all the disclosures out.
So you haven't had any interaction with the sheriff's department, is that fair to say, with regards to the writ?
You'd have to define interaction about the writ. I'm sure they knew about the writ. They knew we had interaction. I mean, if things came up, they'd ask, or we'd give them information. But I don't know what you're trying to say with that generalized statement.
Did you ever go to the sheriff and request information from him?
I request information from the sheriff all the time. I don't know what information you're referring to.
Information to comply with the writ and the orders of the court.
We have asked for information to comply with the writ and orders of the court. Yes, we have. And the sheriff was taught at that time.
You also had indicated that, you know, the busyness of your office. Were you at the county commissioners meeting where I asked the county commissioners to provide you with another attorney to assist your office? And if they would do so, that I would not request any fees if they were to do that. Do you remember that conversation?
No, I don't remember you saying you would not request any fees. I just
Do you
remember, I remember
telling the county
walking,
commissioners that you didn't need any help?
no, that is not true. Let me tell you what I said. At that time, they were asking, do you need help? And I said, yes, I need a detective or an investigator. I have crimes that patrol officers really should not be handling. It should be the sexual assaults, you know, things such as that patrol officers should not be handling. We should have somebody that is an investigator. And I asked them that if they could provide a detective. However, at the same time, we had somebody reach out from Zinke's office and saying that they had money for our county for a detective, and they were going to possibly be giving us money. My concern with getting somebody, hiring somebody, is that the federal money would not come through. If we were to accept any assistance from the county, and I said my second request would then be another attorney. But I said if you don't have the money for it, we could use the small budget they had given me for the investigator for partly for the other attorney's salary. So I'm stuck between a rock and a hard spot. If I take a detective right now, then possibly the federal money will blow away and we will not get any assistance from the federal government. The county doesn't have the money and the taxpayers are paying for it again. I'm trying to keep everything going until the next budget so that we could get more money in here, and Zinke has given us the money that is necessary. So, no, I didn't say I don't need more help. I agree I need more help, but I have to take it in steps. I hope that answers your question.
I'm going to move forward here quickly. Do you believe that you've treated my clients and my office fairly in evaluating the cases that are pending before you?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May approach. I'm going to hand the court this plaintiff's proposed exhibit number 2. Jamie, could you please provide exhibit number 2?
I'll just put my computer. How's that sound?
Remember, you're not using the mic. I'm sorry. Wrong slide.
Your Honor, just so you know, with regards to exhibit 2, it goes essentially in chronological order, with the earliest being of December 22nd, 2021, and then it goes to the current with the exhibit sticker on the front.
So, exhibit 2, go ahead.
You recognize exhibit number 2?
I'm still pulling it up.
If I may inquire, Your Honor, is Exhibit 2 the one you have on the original list of exhibits we filed, Mr. Jasper, which is the estate of Robert Stimson letters to the county attorney's office?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I needed to know, that was what it was, because I do not have a computer copy of it.
And I'm just trying to pull it up off my computer, which I'm having difficulty. But you can go ahead and ask me the question because I believe I'm familiar with that case that you've sent in.
You're aware that I represented Janet Stimson, the wife of Robert Stimson, who was killed on Interstate 90,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Okay. And the Highway Patrol, did they provide you with a report of the accident?
yes,
And as the county attorney, do you regularly review those to determine charging?
yes,
And do you consider death cases to be a serious matter?
yes,
And when you reviewed this report, was there anything in it that made you believe that charges were not appropriate?
when, in fact, that case, I did not review, Wally reviewed it, and we had requested further information on it because we had not received it. It was a drone video that we requested, and we still have not received it today.
With regards to the follow-up letters, let me ask you this, do you pay attention to statute of limitations?
Yes,
Do you think that people, victims of crime, should be entitled to see the person prosecuted for crimes?
yes.
Can you explain to me in something other than you did this to punish me, my firm, and my clients as to why criminal charges weren't filed?
No. We look at the case. I think you were complaining because you were upset that we hadn't looked at the case, but we hadn't received it. So when I did get it, we reviewed it. Wally actually looked at it and had concerns that we might not be able to prove it. We asked for the drone video, which we have not even to date received.
So this is the Highway Patrol's fault for missing the statute of limitations?
I don't know. You know what? I can't go forward if I don't have the information that gives me the crime. And we had difficulty with what we were reviewing.
And in one of the letters dated October 25th of 2022. Do you see that?
What?
On the first page in the block that's taken from the Highway Patrol's report. Do you see that?
What exhibit are you referring to? I was looking at Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, letter dated October 25th of 2022.
And what about it?
Well, based on the conclusions of the investigator listed in that diagram that I just showed you, you don't believe that would be the justification for criminal charges?
No.
Okay.
There was more to it. There was more to it that, Wally had done the, review of this one, and I believe there was more to it than just, you're going too fast.
And so that's, strike that question. Your Honor, I move for admission of Exhibit 2.
There's been a motion for the admission of Exhibit 2. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr. Jasper, we're running.
I know I'm trying to hurry, I'm sorry.
And I'm going to say you can spend all your time with Ms.
No, and I don't want to, but, have you, in Mr. Carline's case, appealed that ruling from Justice Court and indicated to Jordan Kilby that regardless of the outcome of the appeal, that you have no intention of bringing it to trial?
Yes.
And
The
so,
reason,
of
may
the
I?
appeal is to incur costs to my client.
No. In fact, even in the appeal, it says is to correct things that are inaccurate, and the appeal was to correct the record so that the record doesn't stand the way it was saying. It was stating that I had not disclosed, which was not true. And there was information in that I was concerned about standing out into the public. So it was for a correction. The problem, and I put it specifically in the appellate record, that the court would see that I was probably likely not able to go forward on the case because the deputy is unavailable, but I didn't want it to be left out there. This was not the case, his charge happened almost at the same time we were disclosing everything. So there was no lack of disclosure for that case. So there shouldn't have been a dismissal. But the officer is unavailable. I wanted to set the record straight. And so I even put it in the record. So nobody even has to respond to it because it is what it is. I'll have to do my own dismissal on it, but I just didn't want the things that were said left standing.
That's all the questions I have for Your Honor.
Asking counsel to be strategic in their cross-exam, I will ask Mr. Congdon, is there any cross-exam?
Several in their brief, Your Honor. In respect to questions of yourself by the public, has anyone questioned yourself or anything that we have said or done in respect to the writ to you directly? Has anyone asked you those questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Have there been simple questions or questions making allegations that we did something wrong or illegal or?
I'm a little confused about what you're asking.
I'm asking simply, has anyone questioned anything that we've turned in or done in respect to the writs?
Oh yeah, there's been people that have questioned it.
Okay. And have you been an investigator, looked at what was turned in, or determined if there was an error or not, or what was turned in, or why we did it?
Right, there's been allegations that have made, and we've gotten back records that the allegations were unfounded, not sustained, not sustained, not sustained, not sustained, in a lot of cases.
Okay. On the question of the writ being filed, do you recall sending the letters, myself and yourself, to Mr. Jasper before that writ was filed, requesting a list of the individuals who were breaking the law, breaching people's constitutional rights, or jailing people improperly? Do you recall writing the letter and asking for a list of those persons?
Yes, we never got it.
And have we to this day yet received a response of those individuals that allegedly were doing that?
We've never received anything.
Okay, but we did inquire before the writ was filed after the allegation was made.
Absolutely.
Okay, and if we would have received a list of names, wouldn't we have done what you put in the letter, talk to the state and the U.S. government about prosecuting those if appropriate?
Yes,
But we never received a list of the names of the persons.
nothing.
In respect to the car accident with the truck, is it your recollection that the one vehicle was headed eastbound and the other semi was headed westbound, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the problem was the description of how they collided with each other almost appears to be an impossibility.
I believe that's exactly what you had found.
Okay, and that is why we still would look hard at the videotape of the flyover with the drone if we received it, correct?
Yes.
I have no other questions or crossroads.
Mr. Lusher, I don't know which case Ms. Jackson was called in, but I called these cases simultaneously. I'll give you an opportunity to ask cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll keep it brief. Good morning, Ms. Jackson. Did I understand your testimony earlier that your office represents Sheriff Funk, or previously represented Sheriff Funk with regard to these writ of mandamus?
We represented the office of the Monroe County Sheriff. Yes.
Did I understand your testimony earlier that you felt that there was at least a potential ethical violation with regard to Mr. Jasper speaking with Mr. Funk because the sheriff was your client?
Yes.
Do you know when Sheriff Funk took office?
I think it was in January.
And how many times have you met with the sheriff regarding the writ directed at the sheriff's office?
Actually, Wally Congdon was the one that did all the communication with the sheriff's office. I was usually in court and working on the criminal caseload.
Okay. Do you know how many times Mr. Congdon has met with Sheriff Funk regarding the writ directed at the sheriff's office?
It's probably, I mean, he's available daily, so. And he was often down there, so I don't know. Until the sheriff took his key fob away from the door, and so he didn't go back down. He let them come up.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly? You don't know how many times they've met?
I can't give you a number. I don't
Okay.
know, but I know it was daily that he'd often be in the sheriff's office.
Did either you or Deputy County Attorney Congdon tell Sheriff Funk that Micah Allard could be hired after the writ proceedings were concluded?
I don't know what Mr. Congdon said. We said that the Brady issue, when I talked to Sheriff Funk, and it was right after we had just had the hearing, he said he was gonna hire him, and I said, I think that's not appropriate. There's issues, and there's Brady issues, and you don't wanna go there with that. And we told him at the time that we would have to disclose it to the court, that if he went that direction.
Is it your position that your office has a unilateral veto over the sheriff's hiring decisions?
No, it's not unilateral.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
May this witness return to council table?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. You may
Thank you.
return to council table.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I am going to reserve at least the last 20 minutes before 11 o'clock. So 10:40 for Mr. Congdon to at least get one witness on. I'll give you, Mr. Jasper, some additional time to ask questions. We can continue this afternoon, but it would have to be after 2:30 and for the remainder of the day. But I'll leave that up to council to think about while Mr. Jasper calls his next witness.
Your Honor, I call Trooper Tom Foya, please.
Trooper Foya, would you please come before the clerk? Actually, I'm going to have, would you mind swearing him in, Maria? Trooper Foya, if you would take a seat in the witness chair. Your witness, Mr. Jasper.
Trooper Tafoya, would you just state your full name, please?
Thomas Tafoya.
And could you tell us your current occupation?
I'm currently a trooper employed with Montana Highway Patrol.
And how long have you been with the Highway Patrol?
I've been here for 2 years.
Okay, and let me ask you this, do you regularly work with county attorneys?
Yes.
And when county attorneys provide you with information, do you take that as being true?
Yes.
Okay. Do the statements of county attorneys to law enforcement officers carry great weight?
They do.
And what, if you could, what is the reason? Why is that so?
The reason why their statements carry great weight?
Yeah.
Well, because they're the people that are prosecuting our cases.
Okay. How long have you been in the Mineral County area patrol?
For 2 years.
2 years on it. At some point in time, did you have an interaction with the county attorney's office that involved you sat through the testimony? Let me ask it a better way. I'll strike that question. At some point in time, did you go to the county attorney's office and become a part of a conversation that was referencing me?
Yes.
And as a result of what you heard, what did you do?
Would you like just what I did or what happened?
Well, were you concerned about what was being said?
I was.
Okay. And because of that concern, did you report that to your superior?
I did, to my sergeant.
Okay. So could you tell the court the events that happened that day and why you were at the county attorney's office?
Yes. So I was at the county attorney's office dropping off discovery for, I can't recall what case. I was in there speaking with Ms. Jackson about that case and some other cases that she also needed for discovery. When former Mineral County Deputy Byzantine walked up to the door as I was speaking with Ms. Jackson, he asked me if I'd heard what was going on. Told him no, and I don't really want to know. He proceeded to speak kind of to the room, to Ms. Jackson and I, and he was stating that he had something going on that was going to disbar Mr. Jasper's credit to practice law.
Were there statements made by the county attorney regarding my ethical being, my home being taken, those type of things?
So I didn't hear her say that your home was going to be taken. The only thing that she told me that I remember was that you were not allowed in her office or the building.
Did she mention anything about me committing crimes?
Not that I recall.
And what did you find that was inappropriate about what was taking place?
What seemed inappropriate to me was I was in the office conducting business for the Highway Patrol, doing my discoveries, and this former deputy walks into the room as we're speaking and creates a conversation with Ms. Jackson that seemed inappropriate to me. I think it should have been, he should have not been in the room. He should have been pushed out. So I actually left the conversation before they ended.
Okay. And did Ms. Jackson do anything or say anything to you to correct any of the statements that were being said?
No.
If a county attorney had told, hypothetical, if a county attorney told you that a defense counsel was unethical, a liar, a cheat, and a criminal, would that carry great weight in your decision of whether or not you would want to hire that person?
If that happened, it would definitely be a great way of decision making, yes.
And just prior, when that occurred, did you know me?
No.
And so, even though you didn't know me, you still felt that it was inappropriate enough to report to your sergeant?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
So I need a clarification, Trooper Tafoya.
Yes, sir.
You had indicated, and I want to make sure my notes are clear, you indicated that Byzantine walked into the room and spoke to the room. I want to be clear, who said that something was going on that was going to disbar Jasper from the practice of law? Who said that?
That was Mr. Byzantine.
Just double check.
Yes, sir. No problem.
Mr. Congdon, Ross.
An easy question. You said you made a report to your sergeant, is that correct?
I'm having difficulty hearing Mr. Congdon.
I'm sorry, you made a report to your sergeant, you said.
I reported it to my sergeant, yes.
What did you report?
My exact testimony that I just gave.
So the details of your testimony is what you reported to your sergeant.
Correct.
Is that in writing or is that verbally?
Verbal.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So by the way, Mr. Congdon, do you want to check to see that there's a green light on that microphone? It does sound that we're getting you from a different microphone and not that one. Tap on that one if you wouldn't mind.
I'll tap it. The green light's on.
I think he's saying tap on the actual microphone.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is on, but it does sound rather hollow, just so you know. Mr. Lusher,
No question, John.
may this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Trooper Tafoya.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, Mr. Jasper.
Sergeant Sean Smalley.
Maria, may I?
Sergeant Smalley, would you please state your name for the record?
Sean Smalley,
And your position with the Highway Patrol?
Sergeant.
And as Sergeant, are you the person responsible for the oversight of the troopers in your area?
Yeah, within my detachment.
Okay. And just want to get to it. Did you hear Trooper Tafoya's testimony?
Yes.
And was his testimony correct in that he came to you and reported this?
I don't remember who, I think I heard from a couple of different people, but I did definitely interact directly with him regarding the interaction.
And it sounds like you'd heard from other people that this was being said about me.
So, yeah, I believe I talked to Sheriff Funke about it. We have a a good line of communication, which is super important for both of our agencies. So I believe I spoke with him, and I don't know that Trooper Defoe was even aware of that, but then I was able to make contact with Trooper Defoe and discuss it.
Okay. And so, going to the next event, were you brought aware of a situation in September of 2022 where one of your troopers initiated a stop, and through that stop, I entered into the area as the individual, Mr. LaPierre, was a client of mine, and having involvement in that stop. Do you remember that?
I recall the interaction.
Okay. And at any point in time, did you become aware of the county attorney attempting to try to file charges against me?
So I did not have a conversation with the county attorney regarding any of that. I believe that the next day there was, I think I talked again to Sheriff Funke, and there was discussion that somehow there might be charges. I had had direct interaction with my trooper that night. He had called me directly after the interaction happened, and so we had had discussions on that. That answers your question.
Did you review the video of that event?
Yes, I did.
And from your review, did you have any instructions for your trooper about whether to be involved in the prosecution of me?
So I had two interactions with it. First, I spoke with my trooper directly that night. And my interaction with him, he actually came over to my house. I was not on duty. And we spoke about it, and I just went through it, and I said, hey, essentially, in terms of charging something like that, he didn't appreciate having Mr. Jasper interject himself, but my instructions were, if we wouldn't charge anybody else, we're not going to charge him. And so we had a long discussion about that. And then also, I reviewed the video at a later date of time, and it did not appear that it would constitute obstructing from my review of the video, what Mr. Jasper's actions were.
And at some point, did you instruct that trooper not to become involved if there was a prosecution of me?
Yes, and my process on that is that essentially, from talking to the trooper and watching the video, that it did not appear to be a charge that would have been valid in my opinion, and so I did not want to get embroiled in other issues of the county.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Congdon, cross-exam.
Who was the trooper at the event on Main Street in Superior that evening you were just talking about?
I'm sorry.
Can you remember who was the trooper that was involved in that?
That was Trooper Paulson.
Okay, that was my only question, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, that is a crazy, I'm wondering, could we move the other microphone over?
I will.
See if that's better?
Is this better?
I can hear you better out of that one, yes I can. I don't know if the defense counsel microphone might be okay as well.
That was my only question, Your Honor. Does this one work better?
It's a little better. Yeah, I'm not sure why it just sounds so hollow.
We gotta,
Continue. So do you have any further questions for?
That was my only question, Your Honor. That was the only question.
Okay. Mr. Lasher, do you have any questions?
Just one, I believe, Your Honor. Sergeant Smalley, have you heard anyone from the county attorney's office refer to the sheriff as a Brady sheriff?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. May this trooper or sergeant be released.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Sergeant. You're excused. Go about your day's business safely. Thank you. We've got 10 more minutes. Do you have a short witness, Mr. Jasper?
Not probably 10 minutes. It'll probably be, we can take a break right now if you would like.
Well, no, I'm going to ask Mr. Congdon if he wants to call his one witness, only because I want at least some sort of balance to this.
I would call Mr. Funk, who was there. He was on our witness list.
Sheriff Funk, would you please come before the clerk to be sworn, and then you'll take a position in the witness chair. Yes, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Congdon.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for us, Mr. Funk.
The speaker's not working over here. My name's Ryan Funk.
And you are the sheriff of Mineral County, is that correct?
I'm the sheriff in Mineral County, yes.
On Tuesday, I received a copy of some mental health evaluations for a number of your deputies. Are you aware of that?
Ask your question again. I've turned up the volume substantially in the Missoula County courtroom. Go ahead.
On Tuesday, I received a number of mental health evaluations from your attorney. Are you aware of that?
Judge, I still can't understand him. I don't believe the speaker on my left is working.
Wally, I wonder if you could come over here
I'll do
and
that.
just ask the speakers. I think just, can you hear me okay if I'm just standing here?
I can hear better, yes.
Yeah, let's leave it there.
Is this better?
Could you bring that speaker over, Mr. Jasper, if possible? I think we had this issue before. We are having audio difficulties.
Can we hear now, Your Honor?
Oh, there we go. Just a moment. Mr. Jasper, I think we have it. So. We have another one over there. Okay, go ahead.
Is that legible now?
Yeah, I can hear him if you turn it down a little bit.
Just a moment. Just turn it down a little bit because now you're garbled. Go ahead.
Too soft or too loud? Mr. Funk, are you aware that on Tuesday I received copies of mental health evaluations on a number of deputies from Mr. Leisure?
Yes, he said he was going to send them to you.
Okay. So did you order those completed by the gentleman in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did order those, yes.
And when did you order them?
I don't have them in front of me. I ordered them after finding out that a PA signed several of them, so I ordered them for the whole entire office to be compliant with the writ.
So when did you find out that a PA had signed several of them?
When my counsel and I went through the documentation that I provided.
So when was that? A date, roughly?
It was after I gained counsel. I couldn't give you the exact date.
So your counsel indicated Tuesday that he went to work in October of 2022, so was it before you were the sheriff that you found that out?
I found it out after I was sheriff and after I had counsel and was able to speak with counsel.
Okay. Did you disclose that to anyone besides your counsel?
That we were not compliant, or
Yes.
what's your question?
Did you disclose that there was an issue with the mental evals to anyone besides your counsel?
I advised Human Resources that we weren't in compliance and that I was going to conduct mental health evals.
So who did you advise in Human Resources?
Darren Castor, I believe is his last name.
Okay. Did you disclose the issue to the county attorney's office?
I did not, as I had counsel.
Did you disclose it to the commissioners?
I believe Commissioner Terrell was also in the office with Mr. Castor.
Did you disclose it to any of the other attorneys, Mr. Jasper or Ms. Kilby?
I believe I was with my counsel with Mr. Jasper and Mrs. Kilby.
So you did provide notice to them?
Yes, they were aware, and they were aware that we were going to be compliant and have mental health evals done.
Okay. Were they all done by Zoom on the same day, or how were they done?
We did them, the written test form, and then we did them via, I believe via FaceTime with the doctor.
So did they do all of them the same day then?
I don't believe they were all done the same day, as deputies were in and out. Deputy Lindauer was in the academy, so it was sporadically done when they could get into a meeting with the doctor.
So Mr. Jasper asked the question of Deb Jackson earlier with the conclusion that she was the top law enforcement person in the county. Did you hear that question?
I did hear that question.
Okay. And do you concur with that conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's mixed feelings on who's the top law enforcement agent in the county. I would say the sheriff and or the county attorney. I mean, it's tomatoes.
Okay. And who paid the cost for the mental health evaluations from Georgia?
The county, well, the sheriff's office.
Okay. And how much did those cost?
We haven't got a bill yet. I know that it took some time to get them back in contact with me, so I believe a lot of the written ones were going to be given to us free of charge. But once I receive a bill, I will advise, whether it be my attorney or you guys, and also the commissioners, because we'll have to get paid.
Was there a reason for not telling the county attorney's office?
Is I had private counsel.
So you did not tell us because you told what you perceive as your lawyer?
Yes, and you guys hadn't had any contact with me since January 1st, since I came in office about the writ.
Okay, those are my questions.
Any other questions, Mr. Jasper or Mr. Elisha?
Yeah, quite a bit. Sheriff Funke.
Go ahead.
Do you want to start? With regards to the questions that were just asked regarding the mental health evaluations, I'm going to make some representations to you, but or let me ask you this. Were you aware early, or as a deputy before you became sheriff, that there were problems in that the officers hadn't received a mental health evaluation as required by statute?
No, I was not.
And at some point, as sheriff, when did you become aware that mental health evaluations are required by statute?
I became aware of that when, I believe it was January 30th, when I had to reach out to the clerk of court to get a copy of the Writ of Mandamus and go through the Writ of Mandamus myself.
Okay. So the entire time from day one of your sheriff, no one in the county attorney came down to talk to you about the writ?
No, sir.
And did you have any idea that the sheriff's office was under the writ in order to do specific things?
I knew that the sheriff's office was under the writ. As sergeant, I was very busy. Normally, we're very short-handed. I was doing a lot of tasks. The main thing that I did know is that there was officers that needed to be compliant or be removed from their duties.
At some point, it sounds like you and your counsel reviewed mental health evaluations of officers.
Yes, I believe there was 2 or 3 that were done, I want to say in September, October, that were done by a PA.
Okay, and I'd ask that the court take judicial notice of the fact that the county attorney's office had indicated to the court that they were completing mental health evaluations to be compliant with the statute. And those September evaluations were done at the direction of the county attorney's office. It seems like duplicative. Why would you need to do another mental health evaluation?
I wanted to make sure that there was no holes missed. That's why myself, Under Sheriff Cashman, everybody who was a sworn law enforcement officer was going to go through a mental health eval, because I could not afford to, say that we're compliant and not be compliant.
And when you and your counsel reviewed the statute, did it become apparent that the mental health evaluations that the county attorney's office scheduled for those individuals didn't comply with the statute?
They did not comply with the statute, no.
And that's why you were required to update it to comply with state law or to be in office?
Yes.
Sheriff Funk, yesterday with your counsel, I asked you a question about the September incident that was previously testified with regards to Mr. Smalley, where Highway Patrolman Paulson had made a stop and a deputy had arrived on scene. And I asked you to contact that deputy to see what had happened with regards to the threat of criminal charges against me. Were you able to investigate that?
I was. I spoke with the deputy who advised me that he was contacted by, at that time, Sheriff Mike Todd. And he was advised that Sheriff Cox was contacted by the Mineral County attorney at that time, Deborah Jackson, and was advised that he was looking at getting you charged. She was looking at getting you charged with obstructing and wanted him to type a report in reference to that.
Have you witnessed the county attorney's office defame you, yourself, or me?
Yes.
Could you describe for the court the events that you've witnessed, saw, and endured?
Your Honor, I would object. I believe this was cross-examination. This is well beyond the scope of direct. But if we wish to give Mr. Jasper the time to interview Mr. Funk now, fine, and ask the questions. I just would like to cross-examine, and rather than treat it as recross, if we're going to treat this as just straight ahead.
Well, I'll give you a limited opportunity in that I have a hard break at 11. So I'll give Mr. Jasper at least another 7 minutes. And then I'm hoping Mr. Leisher doesn't have any questions and we can go to cross-exam, a limited cross-exam, and then we'll figure out how we're going to continue this hearing. Mr. Jasper, continue.
Do you remember my last question?
Yeah, can you state it again?
Sure. I had asked you if you had if you'd witnessed where the county attorney and the deputy county attorney had attacked your character and as well as mine in a public setting.
I mean, yeah, multiple times. The first one was, I mean, January 27th sticks in my head with the Writ of Mandamus hearing, where, you know, Deputy County Attorney Congdon was upset in reference to me hiring Micah Allard as a deputy sheriff. He said that I was a Brady sheriff, and that I was working with you to backdoor them and undermine their authority as the county attorney's office. I've also received multiple letters from Mr. Congdon and also from other witnesses saying that he continues to call me a Brady sheriff, a liar, a criminal, and so on and so forth.
And likewise, does that apply to me as well?
Yes, you're in multiple of the letters saying that we're doing things that are inappropriate and that, you know, you're a liar, I'm a liar.
And with regards to your hiring of Micah Allard, did I have any decision in whether or not you were going to hire Micah Allard?
No, at the time I reached out to you, it was, I believe, January 5th, after we conducted an interview with Mr. Allard. And Deputy Attorney Congdon said that right now is not a good time to hire him. Let's wait for the writ of mandamus to be cleared and then look at hiring him. And I was, I guess, frustrated at that point because I had a conversation with him, I think late November, early December, in reference to, I asked him the question, is Micah Allard hireable? And he said that he was, just not under this administration. So with that frustration and not being appraised of exactly what the writ of mandamus was, is, you know, I reached out to you and asked, hey, this is what's going on. Is there any way that you would be able to conduct a background check to see if he's compliant with the writ of mandamus and is hireable?
And was it your intention, it was just to see and make sure that it would be in compliance with the writ?
Yes, it was all about being compliant, especially, you know, starting a new position. I didn't want to be, you know, the guy out of compliance or doing something, you know, that I deemed was inappropriate. So, you know, it wasn't maliciously done. It was in an attempt to bring the sheriff's office compliant.
Okay. And the information that have we been accused of destroying evidence?
I believe you've been accused multiple times of destroying evidence. Yes.
On it. The post records regarding Mr. Allard, is that something that there's just one copy of, or can you simply get a copy of post records from Post?
You can contact Post and get Post records, as I have.
And with regards to, they indicated where you were a criminal for the hiring Dr. Stratford because my name was on the bill. Is that correct?
I don't know if I was told I was a criminal for doing that, but it was denied. The payment of Mr. Stratford was originally denied, yes.
And the reason for it was the bill was addressed to me.
I believe that's what was said, yes.
Were you were the one to arrange with Dr. Stratford his evaluation, correct?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Stratford, yes.
And what did I tell you about Dr. Stratford and why I would use him?
You told me that he was the best around the area, and that's who is normally used in giving mental health evals, especially after like an officer-involved shooting.
Okay. Do you know whether or not I represent officers that are involved in officer-involved shootings?
You do.
So what I really did was give you a referral, is that fair?
Yes,
On it. And then, Micah provided me a release to look at the documents, didn't he?
yes, he did.
And, did I write a letter for you to share?
You did, and I had it in my hand on January 27th, and provided it immediately after the Writ of Mandamus update hearing to Mr. Congdon.
And so the idea that somehow this was behind the county attorney's back or anything like that, or destroying evidence, is that true?
I do not believe that to be true, no.
And you presented the letter to him with regards to my thoughts with regards to Mike Aller.
I did.
In that letter, did it also say essentially that the county attorney could look at it, and if they had concerns, could approach the court for a determination?
It's been a while since I've read it. I can't testify to that.
Well, the letter would speak for itself, correct?
Yes, it would.
On it. As a result of any of your actions to date, have you been charged with any criminal act?
I have not.
When you have been labeled a Brady sheriff, has the county attorney's office requested a hearing from any court for a determination of that?
No, they have not.
How did you feel when a county attorney is saying things like that about you?
Well, it's something that's never, I guess, really happened before, especially, you know, that they prosecute my cases. They put me on the stand, they ask me questions. Not only like unprofessional, but I don't believe that, you know, speaking out in the community or in a writ hearing, calling me a liar, or going to the public calling me a liar, and I mean, everything other than I am. Mr. Congdon doesn't address me as the sheriff. He calls me Mr. Funke, and I believe there's been a lot of unprofessional things and unethical things done by Mr. Congdon.
And when you took office, did he ever come down and tell you that, you know, he was your attorney?
No, he didn't. I don't believe he had to. I mean, as a deputy county attorney, unless you're referencing the Writ of Mandamus.
Yeah, I'm speaking with the writ. Did he act like you would think your lawyer would act if he was representing?
No, I was never contacted one time by Deborah Jackson or Wally Congdon in reference to the Writ of Mandamus.
Okay. With regards to one of the key issues with regards to the writ and the order was to ensure that officers that were hired were complying with Montana state law. At some point, did you learn that?
I did. I learned that after I believe, January 30th when I requested a copy.
Okay. Does the sheriff's office have a policy that deals with the hiring of officers?
They do.
What is that policy called?
I believe it's called the recruitment policy.
Okay. And then is there a Lexapro or something?
Yeah, Sheriff Mike Toth got us Lexapol. I guess I'll give Wayne Cashman also the kudos of Lexapol. It's online, and I believe Mako, our insurance company, pays for it for the deputies.
Okay. And that's the policy that you are using, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that actually, they had that in the prior administration under Sheriff Toth.
Yes.
And do you know when the county attorney would have had access to that? Or you knew that they had access?
Deborah Jackson stated in a commissioner meeting in late October that she had access to it.
Jasper, I'm sorry, we're out of time. I need to transition at least to Mr. Congdon. I promised him 7 minutes, and then I need to kick you all out because I need to have a termination of parental rights hearing at 11. I do want a quick input on whether we can continue this afternoon, but I'll wait, let Mr. Congdon ask his questions.
I would pass on the questions for now, Your Honor, and suggest that we make a plan. I would think finding a date would be appropriate, and I would like a copy of the letters that Mr. Funke referenced that say what we've said that is bad. He said he has a stack of letters. I would like a copy of all of them. That's the only question I'd have.
Let's use this time then to determine when we will continue this hearing. As I said, the court was not prepared for the length of the hearing, had blocked out 2 hours. We can continue this afternoon at 2:30, or we can continue next week. I have Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday morning.
Tuesday afternoon works fine for the state, Your Honor.
This afternoon, Your Honor,
This afternoon, so Mr. Congdon has said Tuesday afternoon is best for him. Again, we could do this afternoon, Friday, 2:30, Tuesday afternoon from 1:15 to 5, or Wednesday morning from 8:30 to noon.
I believe Tuesday would be better because it gives us enough time, I think, to complete all of them.
Judge, we have a hearing Tuesday afternoon with Daisha for a youth matter.
So Tuesday afternoon is not available for the court room.
is it possible to do it today, this afternoon? I have the reason of subpoenaed witnesses, Your Honor.
So I will repeat the options. Today at 2:30. Now Tuesday afternoon sounds like it's off the schedule, or Wednesday morning. I'm happy to do it at 2:30 this afternoon.
Wednesday? Is Wednesday
Mr.
clear
Jones,
with this work?
Mr. Congdon, because he has subpoenaed witnesses and wants to get them on the stand.
Well, if that is the objective, then this afternoon, it sounds like based on his subpoenaed witnesses, we have a total of, he has 5 witnesses left on the list that we received, so if we can do that at 2:30, he's got 5 witnesses, and that will work then.
So leave the logistics to me, as long, we may just need to continue this a number of times. We'll continue this, this afternoon, 2:30. Again, I have other stuff from 1:30 to 2:30, so it may not be promptly at 2:30, but we'll let you in when appropriate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sheriff Funke, for the time being.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I do need you all to vacate. There's a sealed hearing coming up at 11. Thank you very much for your patience. I do ask those in the Zoom session who are not here for the termination hearing to please log off at this time. I can put you otherwise in the waiting room, but it would be helpful for you to simply log off at this time. You'll reinitiate this. Thank you. You may be seated. I will recall the cases. Rita Anderson et al. Versus Missoula Mineral County Attorney. This is DV 22-53, and against the Mineral County Sheriff, DV 22-54. We were in the process of the inquiry of Sheriff Funke. Are we ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
Yes, we
I
are.
will have Sheriff Funke retake the stand and Mr. Jasper to continue questioning, and then we will Move to questioning by Mr. Congdon.
Your Honor, I know that Mr. Congdon talked about being cross. I do have some direct testimony for Mr. Funk, but I think that Mr. Leisure is going to cover a lot of the ground that I'm going to cover. So at this point, I'd like to reserve for any direct that I might have.
Okay. That's fine. And I will have then Mr. Leisure go next and then have Mr. Congdon follow with any cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ryan, when were you elected Mineral County Sheriff?
I took office January 1st of 2023.
Okay, you were elected in November.
Yes, sir.
What were your goals for the office?
Well, I've had a lot of goals. One of my main goals was to, get deputies that were in compliance with the Writ of Mandamus and have meetings with all of my employees and find out what their strengths and goals and get people in place that needed to be in place.
Did you have any vacancies you needed to fill?
Once I took office, we had, I believe, 2 deputy vacancies immediately.
Okay. Did you consider Mike Eller to fill one of those positions?
I did. He was interviewed January 5th, I believe.
Do you recall any discussions with the county attorney's office around hiring Micah?
I had a conversation with Deputy County Attorney Walter Congdon late November, early December, and asked if Micah was hireable, and he stated that he was, just not underneath the current administration under Sheriff Mike Toth.
Okay. Did you subsequently interview Mr. Aller?
Did we interview him?
Yes.
Sorry, we're back to the volume thing. Yes, we interviewed him on January 5th.
Were any representatives of the county attorney's office present for that interview?
Yes, the county attorney and deputy county attorney were present.
Did you have any discussions with the county attorney and deputy county attorney about the writ with regard to Mr. Aller?
They spoke about the writ and also some sort of settlement agreement.
Okay. Did they indicate to you any opinion with regard to Mr. Aller and whether hiring him would comply with the writ?
Mr. Congdon advised that right now wasn't a good time to hire Mr. Allard, and after the writ would be a better time.
Okay. And I'm sorry, when you say after the writ, do you have a sense of what he meant by that?
I assumed that, once the sheriff's office was out of the Writ of Mandamus, that, Mr. Allard would be more hireable or hireable at that point.
Okay. Did it surprise you to hear that Mr. Allard hiring him would not comply with the writ?
I was, yes.
Okay. Why was that surprising to you?
Because of previous conversations, I don't know what changed, from that month, from when he said he was hireable, to now he's not hireable. And so I just didn't know, what happened. He wasn't working for us, and nothing else, to my knowledge, happened in that month to change somebody's opinion.
Okay. Did you subsequently reach out to Mr. Jasper regarding hiring Mr. Allard?
I did. I reached out to Lance Jasper and asked if he'd be willing to perform a background check to see if Mike Allard's hiring would be consistent and compliant with the Writ of Mandamus.
Okay. Was Mr. Jasper receptive to that request?
Yes, he was very, very receptive that I was trying to make, strides to get us compliant and on the right path.
Then, how is your relationship with the county attorney and deputy county attorney prior to your contact with Mr. Jasper?
I think, relationships are, bumpy sometimes. We have different opinions, but we have to come to, the same conclusion and do what's best and, for a lot of cases and a lot of other things. And, I don't think our relationship was, like my relationship with my wife, but I think, we would talk about it and, we didn't continue to fight about anything, and, I would say it was a fair relationship.
Okay. Were you able to work with the county attorney's office prior to your conversation with Mr. Jasper?
Yes, I was.
How would you characterize your relationship with the county attorney's office since you spoke to Mr. Jasper?
I would say, from the county attorney side, it's fairly toxic. I think, like I said previous, to have people call me everything other than, the sheriff, is, unethical, unprofessional, and that's, one of the reasons why we're here.
Since you took office in January, has Mr. Congdon or the County Attorney Jackson met with you regarding bringing your office into compliance with the writ?
No, they haven't.
Have they sought your input on any of their status updates to the court?
No, they haven't.
To your knowledge, have they made any status updates to the court that contained representations about your office and their communications with your office that were not accurate?
Yes, I believe, I think it was a January 20th update to the court. I believe it said for Mineral County Sheriff. I forget the verbiage, but for Mineral County Sheriff by Mineral County Sheriff. Something along those lines on the 20th.
Okay, can you tell me what the substance was of that update?
I don't recall what the substance was, but ultimately it didn't come from me because I'm unaware and they never reached out to me.
Did you subsequently reach out to myself and my law partner about hiring us to represent you in the writ?
Yes, I did.
Why did you seek independent counsel?
I seeked independent counsel because of the way Mr. Congdon, had treated me, virtually calling me a felon, calling me a Brady sheriff, calling me a liar. And I didn't believe that, somebody could represent me with having those thoughts and those beliefs. So in order to gain compliance with the Writ of Mandamus, I felt that I needed to reach out to outside counsel, especially because, they hadn't even attempted to help me get out of the writ.
Okay. And you spoke to some characterizations that you're saying Mr. Congdon made about you in terms of criminal conduct and dishonesty. What's your knowledge regarding that? What's the source of, how did you come to the understanding that he has said those things about you?
Multiple community members in Mineral County approached me after Mr. Congdon explained and told them, that I was a liar, a Brady sheriff, and I asked them to write written statements. So community members coming to me and advising me what he was doing behind my back.
Okay. And are any of those community members here today?
Yes, quite a few of them were.
Now, even with the circumstances as they are you willing to work with the county attorney's office going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the last couple of months, I've, extended per se the olive branch. We had a department meeting where each department head, spoke about what they did in their offices since being elected and put into office. And, I thank the county attorney's office for helping on multiple items. Just recently, they lost a couple secretaries, and I told, Miss Jackson that I'd be willing to spend hours on the computer helping her be able to figure out our computer-aided system that we type our reports on. And I also spent, half hour getting her to sign on and getting stuff, for her to get on evidence.com and get videos.
Would it be fair to say the county attorney's office would stop characterizing you as dishonest, Brady, committing criminal acts, that you feel like you'd be able to work cooperatively with them?
I do.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Congdon?
Several. What is the Brady Giglio obligation that you have as the sheriff, part of law enforcement, you think?
have a speaker right next to me and I couldn't understand.
I'm sorry, Mr. Congdon, I think you're going to have to do what you did last time and move to the closer council table for asking questions.
What is your understanding of your obligation as the sheriff created by Brady Giglio?
I guess I still don't understand this question, Judge.
Just repeat it. What is your understanding of the obligations of the sheriff under Brady and Giglio?
As far as hiring people,
As far as
or just simply disclosing it?
disclosure generally, what is the obligation as you understand it?
Well, if I knew of any Brady or Giglio issues, I would present that to the county attorney's office.
So is that consistent that you would do that?
Yes, that would be consistent. I'm not gonna hire anybody or put anybody in a position where, through an investigation that, I didn't find any Brady or Giglio issues, but if they did, I would present that to the county attorney's office.
So I asked you earlier if you had disclosed to us the defects that were determined by yourself in respect to mental health evaluations of deputies. And I asked you if you disclosed that to the county attorney's office or other persons, and you said you'd not disclose it to us. So why did you not disclose it to us then? When now, 5 days after we found out, you tell me you acknowledge your obligation to disclose. What's the difference?
I believe I stated, going forward, I would. I'm presented by counsel, and my counsel is aware of it.
So why did you not tell us?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object this to argumentative, and if anybody's to blame for that, I think that's my responsibility for not turning those over to the county attorney's office sooner. They have been disclosed.
So, Mr. Lesher, although I do appreciate it, I think I need to have Sheriff Funk respond, and it's a fair question. So, Sheriff Funk, to the extent that you can, would you please respond to the question?
I guess I'll respond the same time. Same way I just responded multiple times as I was represented by counsel. My counsel at that point knew, and I guess call me ignorant to the law, whether I have to contact everybody that I know to let them know, but I let my counsel know.
Several questions. The judge gave us instructions Tuesday regarding Micah Allard. And do you intend to follow the directions that were given to you and to us on Tuesday regarding Mr. Allard?
So I guess I'm gonna fall back on I have counsel, and I will work with my counsel to move forward.
Okay, that will answer that question. In respect to evidence or records that are provided to the county attorney's office, there was an incident about a month ago involving a gentleman in a ticket. And I believe you indicated the records were destroyed or put through the paper shredder. So is that a standard practice that they go away before the county attorney's office sees them, or how will that work in the future?
I don't know what incident you're speaking of.
This was a truck driver regarding a question of the DUI, and I'm not at liberty to state the name, but it was a question that way.
It was an incident where I, as a sergeant, messed up during my work duties, and instead of trying to make something that it wasn't because of my mistake, I had officer discretion to not charge that. And it was Deborah Jackson who wanted to charge somebody for DUI that I did not read implied consent, and I took the breath sample without his consent.
So that was the issue, you think?
That is the issue, and that's the issue that was explained to Ms. Jackson, yes.
Have you said anything disparaging about the county attorney's office or the county attorney or the deputy to anyone?
You were Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
I've told people how, upset I am and how you guys characterize me as a criminal, a felon, actually, I believe in one of the writ hearings, and how I'm a Brady cop and how I'm a liar and how you guys just are free to be able to do whatever you want.
Any other comments from yourself to other people at all, or is that all?
Well, we have a lot of stuff going on. I talked with my wife, who is, very confidential. So I trust that, what I've said to my wife is kept with my wife. She works from home and takes care of our child from home. So I would, I guess, go to, I'm not sure. However, I would stay consistent with how I've been treated by the county attorney's office and your derogatory comments.
So is it practical for you to try to mediate a long-term solution with us, you think, and are you willing to do that?
I'm willing to do it if you are.
Have you expressed to anyone that you would not do that?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. 1 second. Have you talked to the commissioners at all about the question of a mediated solution or mediating an action plan for the sheriff, the commissioners, and the county attorney to get on with better business, certainly?
I've spoken with my attorney about mediation, yes.
Okay, but you haven't talked to the commissioners about that at all then?
I'm going to fall back to, I've spoken to my attorney, and my attorney, I believe, has reached out to you, so.
Okay. That is all I have now. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, any further questions for Sheriff Funke? Sheriff Funke, you'll need to bring the microphone with you. Sheriff Funke, do you remember approximately the timeline of when you hired separate counsel?
I want to think it was middle, late February, if my, if that's what I remember.
And subsequent to the hiring, you and your counsel met with Jordan and I, correct?
Yes, we did.
And at the initial meeting, we requested that you provide us with the Mineral County employee policy, and then also the sheriff's office policy.
Yes.
How difficult was that for you to obtain?
It wasn't, I believe I went on to Lexipol, who our policies are through for the sheriff's office, and I made a link for Peter and had Peter sign up to it. Also, the Mineral County policy manual I had with me.
Okay. And through that, we were able to go through that to evaluate it to see if it complied with the statutory mandates when it comes to hiring officers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so really, in effort, it took you a very small amount of time to find the appropriate policies that govern the hiring of officers and the hiring process of the county. Is that right?
Yes, seconds.
Okay. Are those documents, would they be available to the county attorney's office?
Yes, I believe I testified earlier that Deb Jackson stated on October 27th, somewhere around late October, that she had our policies.
Had Mr. Congdon came to you and said,
Sheriff, can you get me the policy for the sheriff's department? Would that have been able to be done?
Yes, that would have been able to be done. They both had sign-ons for Lexipol prior to me taking office, so they had it at the, at their hands, fingertips.
Okay. And the policy that the Mineral County Sheriff's Office is using, do you recognize this?
Yes,
And could you describe what this is?
that's the Mineral County Sheriff's Office policy manual that Mike Toth made in 2021.
Okay, so you understood this to be in effect since 2021?
Yeah, it looks like January 2021, yes.
Okay, and then likewise, with regards to the Mineral County policy, is this a policy that you were aware of even when you were an officer?
Yes.
From the time that we met the first time on it, how long was it for us to get through to bring you into compliance?
I believe it was very quick. The only downfall we had was the personnel files. And then once Jordan was able to weed through that, it was, I would say, fairly quick, weeks.
If you wanted to, needed to go look at one of your officers' employee files, how would that process, what would that take you to do?
I don't know what that would take me right now. But normally when our personnel files are in HR, I have to make sure HR is there and request the file from HR. Currently, our personnel files are still not in HR, so I don't know where they're at.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that within a day or two, you would be able to get, normally, you would be able to get to that file if you needed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they're kept in HR normally, is that what you?
Yeah, it's county policy that they're kept in HR, human resources.
Back in October of 2022, were you aware of anything going on with HR where employee files were gone that would prevent someone from accessing them?
Not to my knowledge.
The issue with the new psychological evaluations, as a result of a meeting we had with your council, were we able to determine there were deficiencies in the mental health evaluations?
Yes.
Based on that, what was your understanding of the deficiencies?
That they weren't performed by a doctor or somebody that does psychological evaluations.
Okay. And were you there when Jordan had called and informed the county attorney of the deficiencies?
I don't recall, I don't believe so.
Okay. But you were aware that Jordan was going to handle that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On it. There have been a lot of early or prior testimony regarding the standing in the community of the sheriff's office as being negative. Do you take issue with that?
I do take issue with that, yes.
Can you describe what you have done to change the atmosphere that existed prior to your taking over as sheriff?
Just being out in the community knowing me for the past 5 years, and knowing that I was willing to put in the hours, at least over 200 hours of overtime that being salaried I don't get paid for, and especially after our officer-involved shooting, we've heard nothing but positive you know, how big of a change it is and how many people showed up and how much we're appreciated. And that didn't happen, you know, the first 4.5 years is we didn't have the community behind us. And if there's ever been a time where the community's been behind the sheriff's office, it is now. So yeah, I take great offense to that.
And when you are seeing positive change doing that, what are you seeing from the county attorney's office to support or encourage this positive movement in the direction of complying with the writ, but also reestablishing faith in the sheriff's office? Have they helped you?
I haven't received any help, no.
And when the officer-involved shooting event occurred in Mineral County, how many deputies do you have in Mineral County?
Currently we have 5.
Okay, and how many of the deputies were involved in that officer-involved shooting?
3 deputies were involved.
And after an officer-involved shooting, can those deputies go right back to work?
They cannot now.
And so what hardships were placed upon you that you feel didn't have to occur that was to the detriment of the public safety of the citizens and people traveling through Mineral County?
That I worked over 80 hours that next week.
And was there a potential person that was ready, able to work, free from, had their post certificate, were ready to be employed?
Yes, I do believe so, yes.
Okay, and did the county attorney's office do anything to help you in trying to get that person on the job?
No, they did not.
Okay. To protect the public safety, did you end up having to spend the taxpayer dollars to hire out-of-county deputies to help ensure the safety?
I contacted the Montana Sheriff's Office Mutual Aid, and over the 2 weeks prior to them being there, we were able to get shifts filled. A lot of the community, once again, like I said, support came forward and was able to get lodging, food, and you know, they welcomed them into our county.
And that was all stuff that you did without any assistance from the county attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And as far as working, when we met together with your council, were we upset with you, or were we trying to do anything but try to help you succeed?
I think we all have the common goal to help me succeed and clear the sheriff's office from the writ.
And through that, now, do you believe you're in compliance with the writ?
I do believe that the sheriff's office is in compliance, yes.
Okay. And we were able to accomplish that in roughly 6 weeks, but we were delayed for 3 weeks because we didn't have the personnel files. Is that true?
Yes.
Why does it hurt so much when a county attorney attacks your integrity? Why does that matter more than, say, Joe Smith off the side of the street? Why does that cause such an injury?
Because Joe Smith down the street, there's a lot of Joe Smiths. People are upset when they get arrested. They say a lot of irrational things. Quite a few of them actually apologize when they sober up and they find out, you know, that they're in the wrong. But when somebody is so high in, you know, a governing, you know, capacity in a county, people look at the county attorney and they're like, you know, they're way up there. You know, they're an elected official, and their word just weighs more. I mean, across the board.
And does it hurt your sheriff's office when you're trying to get help from other agencies if the county attorney is out making defamatory statements and calling you a felon? Does that make agencies and other officers not want to either work with you or want to be a part of your department?
You know, what I've been told over the last couple months is, if Mike Toth was here, it would have been different, the support, but having that support and having people know who I am, I don't know if Deborah Jackson can say anything to the people that support me that will affect me negatively. It's the people that may or may not know me, that, know what I stand for and my honesty, integrity. It's the people, that don't know me that will just throw judgment no matter what, I have to say.
And as the sheriff who is, responsible to doing the investigations and working up the cases to present to the county attorney for prosecution, is it important for you and your officers to know that the county attorney is going to have your back?
Absolutely. And that goes the same for, my employees, and knowing that I have their back is they do a better job, they work harder. And so I think it's very valuable that a county attorney definitely, has our back, because if they don't, then who does?
And when you were took off, even prior to your taking office, that you'd been elected, did Mr. Congdon or Ms. Jackson say, hey, we're going to be representing you in this, and we're going to try to help you through this writ process that's going on?
No, they didn't.
Did they tell you that they had admitted and conceded all of the allegations that were in the writ?
No, I wasn't aware of that, no.
Have you ever hired an attorney in a matter outside of something else, ever been represented?
Yes.
Have you ever, when that situation, when you were having a different attorney, did your attorney then call you a felon, a liar, or anything like that?
No, they did not.
And if that attorney would have called you that, would you have fired him?
I would have absolutely fired him.
And the reason that you sought independent counsel was what? What did you want to get?
I can't fire the county attorney, one, and I wanted somebody to be, on common ground with me that wanted the same thing for me. Is like, my goal is to be compliant, and I don't believe anything that, Deputy Congdon did or said that was going to help me do anything other than infuriate me and infuriate the public.
And in the earlier testimony, let me ask you this: have you sat in on any of the previous hearings or status conferences that we've had here with Judge Vannatta?
I think starting the 27th of January, I think I've been in most of them. Being shorthanded is sometimes tough to just, take time out of my day. Today's a Friday, so it's, this is how I can take time out of my day, but I don't believe so before the 27th, because I probably wasn't knowledgeable of it.
So, where in the previous hearings where Mr. Congdon has represented to the court that he's not able to get the policies from the sheriff's office, and that there's difficulty communicating with the sheriff's office, and essentially blaming the sheriff's office, would that be true?
I'm very easy to find. No, I would say that's not true.
Okay, and then earlier too, they testified that you had changed the fob on Mr. Congdon.
Yes, I turned off his key fob, I believe, somewhere in or around the 20th to the end of the month of January of 2023.
And one, is it important to control access to the sheriff's department?
Absolutely.
And could you explain why you were decided it was necessary to remove Mr. Congdon's access to the sheriff's department?
Because there was a lot of issues with mold, offices had to be moved, an evidence holding room that was locked had to be moved because of the mold issue. Some evidence or mislaid property per se was in that room. It was moved into a locked office. Over that 2 to 3 week period, there was many conversations, mostly with the undersheriff, about trying to get the property destroyed. And it was, I best estimate 150, 200 pounds of hemp marijuana that was located on the side of I-90 that we picked up. At first, Ms. Jackson said that we couldn't destroy it because it was evidence. I think within the week, Deputy Congdon came down because he still had access, and he advised Under Sheriff Cashman that Deborah Jackson was going to draft a letter and get some kind of release, either through her or through the court, to release the marijuana hemp to Mr. Congdon to be fed to his cows.
Okay, and did that marijuana go missing?
Your Honor, I would object on the basis of
the day after Martin Luther King Day, which was a Monday. The undersheriff and I weren't in office because it was a holiday. I came back into office on Tuesday and found that the marijuana was missing out of the locked ex-sheriff's office.
And
my objection, Your Honor, is it's a misstatement of fact. It was not marijuana, it was hemp, not pot. It was hemp.
So, Mr. Congdon, you know as an attorney that you don't get to insert your testimony in the middle of someone else's testimony. I don't know how you want to handle that issue, but I certainly can't accept testimony from you or correction from you while Sheriff Funke is on the stand. So you may ask clarifying questions. I'll give you an opportunity after Mr. Jasper is done, but certainly you cannot testify at this point.
I was not sure to testify.
You were explaining your investigation into the missing marijuana.
I spoke to several individuals, and they all told me that Wally contacted them on Monday. One of them was our maintenance man, and he advised 2 or 3 of the county employees, including human resources, that there was a letter, it's been released. And so at that point, our maintenance manager, head of maintenance, opened up the room and they assisted him in putting it into the back of his personal truck.
Okay, and upon discovery of that, was that reported or turned in for an investigation?
It has been. We've contacted DCI, and the Department of Criminal Investigations for the state of Montana is going to investigate it, yes.
Okay, and I think that to one of the questions or objections mentioned that it wasn't marijuana. Did Mr. Congdon make any comments to you or other people in the courthouse about how the animals acted when they ate the marijuana?
Yeah, he said he fed it to his cows, and he and then they laughed a lot. You should have saw the geese; they were really freaking out.
And as part of the reason changing the fob is just to prevent people from having access to things that they shouldn't?
Yes, I turned off his access as he went behind my back and took stuff without proper authority from the locked office.
And is it easy for someone to access you if they need to?
I answer my phones 24/7. My personal phone's always on. And you can ask my wife, that's a detriment to my being, is I answer my phones all the time.
Well, I mean, with your office, I mean, are you segregated, or can someone, knock on the door, or is there a person they can go talk to get you to come meet them if they need to?
Yeah, our front door's locked. We have a doorbell, so most people just ding dong in and we answer the door accordingly.
Okay. So your door, would it be fair to say your door is always open to the county attorney?
It's always open to the public, yes, and to the county attorney.
And at no point during the time that you've been sheriff had anyone in the county attorney's office ask for your assistance in complying with this court's order on the writ. Is that true?
That is true.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Congdon?
Several simple questions. The product that is in the,
You're
Closer
gonna-
against, sorry, Mr. Congdon.
that's fine. Several simple questions. What is the basis for your statement that the 400-pound bag was marijuana and not just industrial hemp?
Well, I'll correct you, I didn't say it was 400 pounds. And I believed it to be hemp until you told me that there was a lot of bud and that the geese were freaking out.
And there was a lot of buds in the bag, you're correct, but the geese ate the buds. However, what's your basis? Did you observe the product yourself, or do you know the difference between industrial hemp and pot?
I guess if you really want to get into that, Mr. Congdon.
I'm asking if you know the difference.
When I came into work, there was a 3-foot swath of marijuana buds attached to the carpet, attached to the concrete, attached to the grass, and attached to the curb at the Monroe County Courthouse.
The second question would be, do you recall on the Thursday, Friday before that Martin Luther King weekend that the arrangements were made to try to take it on the weekend when we had a covered truck? And you were in that conversation. Do you recall that?
I was in that conversation and I advised you, I'm going to say possibly a handful of times, that you were not authorized to remove that from the office without proper documentation from A, a court, or B, from the county attorney.
And, okay, you were aware that Deb Jackson did do a letter.
A week later after you took it from my office, yes.
Okay, are you aware it was actually done before it went from your office?
Your administrative assistant typed up the letter in front of myself and my evidence tech. I want to say 7 to 10 days after you took it from the office, so it wasn't wrote up. Deb Jackson actually said that she wouldn't have wrote it that way, and it was on a white piece or yellow piece of legal paper when I saw it in Gloria's office.
That was the draft I wrote, correct?
I don't know who wrote it. She typed it. Deb signed it.
That answers my questions.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor, not from me.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sheriff, you may return to council table. Mr. Jasper.
I'm just going to ask if
Mr. Curtin, if you'd come before the bench, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat in the witness chair. And please pull yourself closer to the microphone. Thank you. Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Patty Curtin, C-U-R-T-I-N,
And where are you currently employed?
with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office as a dispatcher.
Okay, and when did you start that job?
Roughly 3.5 weeks ago.
Prior to that, what was your occupation?
I was a crime victim advocate under the county attorney's office with a VOCA grant, EOCA.
And just so I understand that, your position was supervised by the county attorney's office?
Correct.
But the funding for that position was a grant from the state?
Correct. Montana Board of Crime Control.
Okay, so that position wasn't costing the taxpayers of Monroe County anything?
Correct.
Okay. And what were your duties as a crime victims advocate unique in Monroe County?
Yes, with VOCA, I'm able to do like the 5 majors, which are child sex assault, PFMAs, stalking, trafficking, that kind of thing. Also, I help other victims of crimes when two people go at it in a bar, somebody ends up in the hospital, I help that victim. If there's a crash and someone needs restitution, I assist in getting that client restitution. I help everyone through the court process, the different days that are here, that are heard, that kind of thing.
And is there any other crime victim advocates in Mineral County?
There are two other part-times. One is an OBW who gets 30 hours a week, who can only do those 5 major crimes. And then we have another who deals with the kids in the school. I'm sorry, I don't know her actual title.
So she just deals with children victims, child?
Most generally, but she does help out. She's been able to go to her supervisor and say I'm conflicted out on some case because I've already had one of the clients and somebody else is now a client. She's been able to help out.
Is there a process you have to go through to renew the grant so that it can continue to be provided to Mineral County?
Correct. It's through the Montana Board of Crime Control. It's every 2 years. My particular grant opens up in December and has to be filed by whatever date they give us. This year it was close to the end of January.
Okay, and just so I understand it, so right now Mineral County really doesn't have a crime victims advocate that helps people that have been in car accidents, injured, or fights in a bar, that type of thing. So that's a big segment of victims that don't have a crime victims advocate right now. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Could you explain to the court the situation that it had happened to you regarding the grant application to continue as a crime victims advocate for Mineral County?
I had spoke to Deb. She is the one that would have to apply for it, even though she wouldn't have to do the actual writing. My grant, my last grant was through the Sanders County Coalition for Families. They wrote the grant, they managed the grant. I did the reporting to them and then they reported back to MBCC. So Sanders County was unable to do it this time. So I was trying to spitball ideas, one with my other crime victim advocates, and then Deb would have to do the actual application process or get someone to do that process. So when that came through, she said, you know, we probably need to talk. So when I went upstairs to give her the invoice for the end of December, which was the end of the quarter, she said she didn't know that she was going to continue my crime victim advocate program, that she wasn't going to apply for that. And I know that she's been under a lot of stress. And I figured that was all part of it. So I went back to my office dumbfounded, like, well, now that I can't have that, what am I going to do? So I went through different options. I talked to Kelly, who manages my partner's OBW grant. She's unable to do it. I went to Emily Park at the extension office, who writes grants. She was unable to do it. So I talked to Kelly again on, what she had thought. Her comment was that they had CVAs that worked under the sheriff's office here in Missoula. So once Ryan became sheriff, I went to him doing that, talked to Jessica, who used to be a crime victim advocate, had my position before me, and between the three of us, maybe we could write the grant, manage the grant, that kind of thing. And then another idea had come up while I was worried about all of this, not being able to help the victims of Mineral County, that maybe the HRC office could write the grant. So we contacted Ruth, I think her last name is Burke, and she was on board. But this was so late in coming that there was only like a week and a half until the grant had to be applied for, and it's a competitive grant.
So it sounds like you would have had the sheriff office was willing to be the, I'll call sponsor.
Correct.
on it, and, that you had it ready to be able to be applied for on it, then what happened?
Well, on the Friday before the grant was due, Ryan and I had gone up in front of the county commissioner's office and had asked if they would be able to, if they would sign the memorandum of understanding if we could get the grant done in time, which wasn't due until next week, Thursday. And Dwayne Simon said he would come into the office to sign off on the MOU so that I could get it filed by Thursday, because they don't meet again until that following day, Friday. So we worked all weekend long, the three of us. Well, HRC had many people helping to fill out that grant form. And then once I gave them a copy of the previous MOU from Sanders County, and Ruth's office took it and switched out those two verbiages, the one from, HRC now instead of SCUF, and the sheriff's office instead of the county attorney's office. And when I had given Dwayne a copy of that, I believe he, also spoke to Roman Zalawi about it. And I got an email that said, I'm not signing the MOU. Wally Congdon said not to sign it. And I was shocked, because it was the exact same MOU that was done 2 years previous, just with those two portions changed out. So I would have wanted to have talked to Wally on Wednesday with regards to this email I got from Dwayne, and he had already left the office space, so I had to wait until the next day. And when Wally came in, he said that there were like 8 different questions and something hadn't been filled out, and that they were going to be responsible for paying my grant if they signed it. And I didn't quite understand everything he had said to me at the time, because I was, again, in shock. So noon came and went, and I couldn't get it applied for.
And the, was the information that was provided to the county commissioners correct in your opinion?
Yes.
Yeah, but the information that Mr. Congdon told the commissioners, was that correct?
I'm not sure what he actually said to the commissioners to tell them not to sign the memorandum of understanding. Again, it was an understanding, not a contract, not a monetary contract. So I don't know what it is. He said to them, just they said their recommendation from Wally was not to sign it, so they didn't.
So, we had that mass shooting out in, mass shooting in Mineral County. Were there any crime victim advocates that could serve all of the people that were injured or suffered in that event?
I was the only one, and I did present myself to the meeting in St. Regis, and I was handing out victim compensation paperwork forms so that they could file them. They'd have to do it all on their own. I wasn't able to help them, because shortly after that, I switched positions. But I did hand out as many of them as I could to those that needed it.
May I approach her?
You may. I would be caution you not to ask any questions until you're by mic.
I'm gonna hand you what has been marked as plaintiff's exhibit number 6. I'd like you to read it, and then I'd just like to ask you some questions.
Do you want me to read it out loud, or just read it to myself?
Just to yourself, please.
Okay. Okay.
With regards to, let me just ask you simply, do you think that the reason that your grant wasn't renewed was based on something other than good reasons?
No.
Why do you think that your position was not renewed?
This is just an instance that happened, this letter happened after the fact that the grant had to have been filed. Before that, the county attorney stopped talking to me a long time ago before that. In fact, Judge, I think I've asked you questions in the courthouse there because I was unable to go up to Deb's office and ask questions about my victims other than just, if somebody else is in her office and I can ask a question before she gets back to work, it's okay. If I walk into her office and I had a question, she holds up her hand and says, I don't have time for you. So the only thing I can attribute it to, it happened around the time when we were electing a new sheriff. I know that I was behind Ryan and I know that she was behind Gretchen. Whether that was part of it, all of it, I don't know. She's never ever said anything to me about it.
And have you seen letters circulated by Mr. Congdon instructing all courthouse employees not to talk to me?
Yes, I was given a copy of that. At the same time, I was given a copy of this letter.
Okay. And because you are a crime victims advocate, would it be unusual for us to talk about cases?
No, not unusual at all.
And did that cause difficulties with essentially your relationship because they believed, the county attorney office believed that you were friends of me?
I thought so. That was my impression.
And
I didn't really realize when I first got that letter that it went to, I believe, everybody in the courthouse. I didn't really even realize that. It was unbelievable to me, yes.
And your job was totally paid by grant, correct?
Totally, yes.
And
In fact, to the point to where like the sheriff's office, part of the matching, I believe, came from the sheriff's office for my office, for my phone. I bought most of my own supplies. The county did pay for the printer ink because they had a contract, I believe. But yeah, everything was paid for by the grant.
okay, and then even got to pay rent to the county, so it was really kind of even a profit-making thing, providing a service.
Right.
Have you had any complaints that you weren't a good crime victims advocate?
No, I've only gotten positives.
Mm-hmm. And really the only thing that can come to your mind is that you were in Ryan's campaign supporting him and had a friendship with me with regards to helping victims.
Correct.
Had I ever asked you anything to do with the writ?
No.
So you were kind of just cannon fodder?
I believe so.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Lesher, do you have any questions before I turn it over to Mr. Congdon?
Just one, Your Honor. Ms. Curtin, have you heard either Mr. Congdon or Ms. Jackson make any disparaging comments about the sheriff?
On the day I was presented this letter or the other ones, I was exceedingly happy that I thought that Micah Eller was going to be, one of our deputies again. And I said so to him, and he said no. Ryan went behind their back and went and talked to Lance, and he was now a Brady sheriff.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Congdon?
Patty, the terms of the grant you received, you paid your monthly salary, is that correct?
Correct.
It did not reimburse the county for health insurance, social security, withholding, etc., did it?
Yes, it did. It paid for everything. All of those amounts, all of my salary and all of my fringe was paid for by the grant.
Okay, so why does SCCFF, which is the Sanders County thing, entity that did the grant, think it only paid your monthly salary?
I don't know. Every invoice states salary amount, fringe amount, total amount due.
Okay. The letter that was Exhibit 6 given to you, will you look at the second paragraph on the first page?
Okay,
At the time you requested a signature by the commissioners, was the budget for the grant done?
at that time it was. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. When I asked for a signature on the MOU, I had just started getting help from Ruth like 2 days previous. So with Ruth's confidence in stating we can get it done by next Thursday, that's why I went in front of the commissioners on the Friday before the grant was due and asked if they would assist in signing the MOU, even though it wasn't Friday, it would have to be done by Thursday, the day before their next meeting.
And in reading the paragraph, the second paragraph of the letter, was the budget done the day, that Thursday, that you needed that signed? Was the budget finished at that point?
Yes, the budget was finished. There were like 3 or 4 different things that hadn't gotten finished between Ruth and Jess. And I believe they would have had them done by noon that day. But the MOU was one of them. But the budget was done. I did print them all out and I brought them up to you that morning.
The letter indicates HRC also had 8 components that were missing. Is that true to the best of your knowledge?
They were missing on the day that the MOU was handed in, but they were not missing, I believe, on the day that the MOU would have been sent to MBCC.
So when you asked the commissioners to sign, the work product to look at was not finished, is that correct?
When I asked them, correct, because I had only had Ruth for 2 days.
Okay. So is it your understanding, or did you forget that the rationale for HRC and the commissioners not signing was they were certifying compliance with the budget, which they hadn't seen, and with terms and conditions, 8 of them, that they also had not seen? Do you recall that conversation?
I recall you saying something to that effect. Do I understand it? No, because I was advised by both Ruth and Jess that everything would be done.
So based on the fact you don't understand it, are the conclusions that you draw regarding Ms. Jackson or my advice to not sign the grant probably correct or not?
Without getting any help after you were telling me no, you wouldn't sign it, I do believe that is correct. I believe you had your reasons for not, Jasper, for not telling the commissioners to not, for you telling the commissioners to not sign it. But then as a backdrop, why didn't you and Dwayne work it out to where it could have been done? I believe the contract, the MOU that Ruth had produced could have probably been fixed to your satisfaction.
Did HRC sign the grant application?
No, they wouldn't sign it until after the commissioners signed.
Did they tell you that?
Yes,
Who told you that?
that was Ruth. She said she couldn't sign it until the commissioners signed off on it.
Okay. Has Deb or myself, either one, ever not spoken to you in your office and walking by?
You have.
Not
Jess would
spoken.
only say good morning if I said good morning to her. After I stopped saying good morning, she's never said good morning to me again.
But have I ever not spoken?
Have you ever not? No, you have. You always speak.
Thank you. So accurately, it would be fair to say you don't understand why the commissioners at HRC didn't sign the final grant application. Is that correct?
That's not correct. I understand why HRC did not sign. I do not understand why, if the document was not workable, why you as a county attorney representing the people in Mineral County, my victims in Mineral County, why you couldn't have fixed it to your satisfaction.
I have no other questions at this time.
Thank you. Any follow-up?
I just have one quick follow-up question. Did the county attorney's office at any point in time try to assist you in gaining this grant?
No,
And would it be fair to say that all of their efforts were to see that you didn't get this grant?
that's my opinion, yes.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Could I have one recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, what?
Could I have one question recross?
Okay, Mr. Congdon, you may proceed.
Did you ask myself or Deb to assist you in writing a new grant application?
I asked for the grant application to have been done back in December when the grant first came out, and Deb refused. So she didn't want to be part of that grant process. Did I ask her to fix HRC's work? No, I didn't.
And did you ask me?
Yes, I asked you in my office when I was showing you the email that I had gotten from Dwayne stating that you advised him not to sign the MOU.
Okay. That answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr.
Thank you, Patty. Your Honor, I move for admission of Plaintiffs Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit 6 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the sheriff has an appointment at 4:30 in Superior. Would it be all right? I'm sorry, in Alberton. Would it be all right if he's excused?
Yeah, you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Funk. I'll take that exhibit. Next witness, Mr. Jasper.
Sure. Mike Galloway.
Galloway, if you'd come before the bench and I'll swear you in. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat in the witness chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Galloway. Could you state your full name for the record?
Michael Galloway.
And where do you reside, Mr. Galloway?
We reside in Superior, Montana.
Okay. Your current occupation?
I'm a retired construction worker.
Okay. Lived a long time in Mineral County?
I got out of the service in 1972 and moved to Mineral County.
How well do you know Wally Congdon?
Not well. I had been attending some commissioners' meetings to see if any of my experience could help them through some issues. And I had met Wally at them meetings and maybe had very brief conversations with him.
So you wouldn't consider yourself to be a close friend of his?
No, I do not know him. No.
Would he be a person that you would share personal information with?
Not intentionally, no.
At some point in time, did you have a situation arise where Mr. Congdon slandered myself and Sheriff Funke?
In my opinion, yes. I went to his office.
Let me stop for just a second. Do you remember the events that happened that day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there to meet Mr. Congdon to talk about Sheriff Funke or myself?
No, I was not.
Okay. Could you describe what happened and what took place in your meeting with Mr. Congdon?
Okay. The meeting had to do with getting an agenda item
Mr. Gallo,
put through.
would you mind moving closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Not a problem. Repeat that if you wouldn't mind.
So I went to his office basically with Mr. Woodford because he had asked to be on the commissioner's agenda over an issue that the council had, where they were talking about a council member that wasn't there inappropriately. And so he wanted to be on the agenda and was notified that the meeting was closed. He had called Wally to talk to him, and I had went with him just to be a witness as to what was going on.
Okay, and so did you and Mr. Woodford arrive at the same time?
No, I arrived, I think, about 10 minutes early.
Okay. If you could, just, I'd like you to tell the court about what happened that day.
Okay, so when I got there, me and Mr. Congdon was just talking chit-chat, trivial things, talking about fishing on the Indian Reservation, going up to Dog Lake, things like that. And then when Mr. Woodford showed up, conversation went on for a while, and then Mr. Woodford asked, are we going to talk about the agenda item? At that point, Mr. Congdon got agitated. He was lunging across the desk at Mr. Woodford, shaking his finger in his face, accusing him of trying to do a public shaming of one of the council members, and threatening him that what he was doing was illegal, that he was going to violate the Montana privacy laws. And at that time, I asked Mr. Congdon that if Wally was going to be violating these laws, wouldn't the two commissioners that actually talked about the other commissioners' private matters, weren't they in violation of the same law? He said yes, and I said, so what are you going to do about it? And he told me, well, that's a HIPAA law. You got to go to federal if you want something done there. I was a little taken back, and I was taken back because I thought his reaction to Mr. Woodford was bizarre, to say the least. We were not there in any criminal matter. We were there to discuss getting on the agenda at the county commission. And so when this was wrapping up, Mr. Congdon started talking about the writ. And I believe I asked him if it was going to be wrapped up, if it was getting done. And he said, no, it's going to get real messy. And at that time, he said he was going to have to Brady Lance Jasper, which baffled me. So, and I asked him that, he said, Lance Jasper's a liar. Well, I've known the Jasper family 50 years. And so I took exception to that. And he went on to say Lance Jasper came to the commissioners' meetings and stated that he was working pro bono, and now he was going to sue the county for, I can't remember the amount, and that there was this big bill that he was turning in. And so I stopped Mr. Congdon, or I interrupted him and said, wait a minute, I sat at that commissioners' meeting. I heard Mr. Jasper say it would be pro bono if the commissioners would do this, this, and this. And when that didn't happen, I'm not privy to your business or anything. So I don't know what went on from there. Then he brought up something that Sheriff Funke, to the best of my memory, he said Sheriff Funke filmed Gretchen through a window meeting, I believe, with one of the commissioners during the campaign, and that the video was actually stolen from the courthouse. And then he said he was going to have to Brady, the sheriff, and he said several very accusatory things about the sheriff. He went on to discuss things that I didn't feel comfortable even hearing or being in the room. But he started talking about some hunting club the sheriff was a member of, and the fact that he had interviewed 4 deputies that proved the sheriff was lying, and that he was probably going to have to get that done. And he did go on to state that he was going to have to try to get you disbarred. So at this time, it was, I was very uncomfortable. It was time to leave.
When you look back on that, did you have any intent to talk about the writ, myself, or Sheriff Funke?
Absolutely not. At that time, I hadn't done any research or looked into what the writ was even about. Hadn't educated myself on that at all. I don't know why that came out. I did not go there to talk about Ryan Funke or Lance Jasper.
When you go to talk to a county attorney, do you hold what they say to be something that you should be able to rely on?
I would normally, yes, but after how bizarre this meeting was, I couldn't.
Yeah, but if you wouldn't have known me or known Mr. Funke, would you normally, with a county attorney, think that there might be merit to what he was talking about?
Well, I would assume so, yes. They're in the position to know that.
And in your opinion, is what was he trying to accomplish by telling you these things about myself and Mr. Funke?
At the time, I didn't have any idea. But as I thought about it in retrospect, it was like he was trying to influence me to be on his side of an argument. He was trying to influence me to believe that you were violating the law, you were doing things in not the best interest of the county, and he was trying to make me believe that Sheriff Funke shouldn't be sheriff, that he was a criminal, had done criminal acts.
Was anyone with you when he was saying these things?
Mr. Woodford.
Okay. Have you heard, one of you, have you shared this story with other people?
Yes.
Have you heard other people in the community also saying that they've heard similar type of things?
Yes, I had a friend of mine. I was telling him what happened, and he told me that basically the same thing happened to him. That Mr. Congdon had said basically the same statements to him. And that would be respected member of Mineral County, Mr. Ken Burley.
Yeah. And then likewise, besides Mr. Burley, other people?
It's a small county, so I've heard all the rumblings, and I've gone to many of the commissioners' meetings. The animosity between the commissioners, the county attorney towards the sheriff is apparent. Anybody sitting there would be able to see it.
You mentioned that you were at that commissioners meeting when I was talking to the commissioners trying to get additional help for the sheriff's department and for the county attorney's office. Was I there in a manner to try to threaten them, or was I there in a manner to try to tell them what they needed to help get everything back to where it needed to be?
Your words, and I took you at your word, because you were there to help the county become compliant with the writ, and was telling them ways they needed to move it forward. I didn't see any animosity.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Elisha?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Congdon?
Several. Sorry, I forget I have to move. Several simple questions. Your allegation is I said Mr. Jasper violated the law? Is that correct?
You said that you was going to get him disbarred. I assume that meant you violated the law.
No, I didn't ask what you assumed. Did I say to you that Mr. Jasper violated the law?
Not in them words, no.
Do you recall I said the word disbarred?
I do, yes.
Okay, that's surprising. Who else besides Mr. Verley did you share your story with?
Say again?
Who else besides Mr. Verley did you share this story with?
I don't believe I shared this story with hardly anybody. I'm not a very social person. The only person that I've talked to that I recall would be Mr. Woodford. After the meeting, we had a discussion about what went on.
Okay. I will ask no other questions at this time.
Thank you. Does that provoke any redirect?
I want to just make sure it's clarified. Did Mr. Congdon make statements that made you feel like he was describing myself as a dishonest, a liar, a person that would break the law and that may have committed criminal acts?
He used the word that you was a liar, and I did take exception to that. That's when he went into the statements about you said you were pro bono and now you were going to sue the county or something to that effect. He did say he was going to Brady you. I am not an attorney, but I think that's not a good thing. And then he did say, he did mention he was going to have to see if he could get you disbarred.
Right.
So, I mean, yes, he did.
Mm-hmm. And then you had mentioned the talking about this videotape and that he believed that it was a criminal act, that Mr. Funke had gotten that. And did he say anything in that about that I was also going to be criminally charged because Mr. Funke had supposedly shared it with me? Does that?
I have to say that conversation was there. I can't remember it in verbatim. I just remember he said that he knew that Ryan Funke was lying about how he got the video because he said something about he's got a video off his phone or somehow through a window, and he went outside and looked and the bushes were in the way. At that point in time, I sort of tuned him out and was getting ready to leave, but that is the extent of what I can remember.
Thank you very much.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Galloway. I appreciate your testimony. Next witness.
Mr. Woodford.
Woodford, if you'd come before the bench and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may have a seat. Do pull that chair forward, sir, when you're about to testify so that we can hear you clearly.
Okay, how's that?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Woodford, could you please state your name for the record?
William Woodford.
And where do you reside?
Superior,
And how long have you been a resident of Mineral County?
Off and on since 1990, so I've been there quite a while.
And what type of employment career did you have before you retired?
I was over 40 years an educator.
Okay. Were you a teacher or or superintendent? What type of roles did you have?
Yes. I was a teacher for about 8 years, a building principal for about 10 years, and a superintendent for about 20.
Okay. Obviously, you've heard the prior testimony of Mr. Galloway, and prior to that day, were you good friends or did you know Mr. Congdon?
I knew of Mr. Congdon, but I did not know Mr. Congdon.
So it'd be fair to say that you would not be sharing personal information with him?
No.
And you wouldn't expect him to be sharing personal information?
Not especially not of the nature that was shared on the day that we met in his office.
Mr. Galloway kind of did a good job of testifying, but maybe it'd be a little bit better if you could explain why you were there to visit Mr. Congdon, so we're all clear of what the real meeting's purpose was.
Yes, I filled out the county's request for an agenda item, and I was informed by the administrative assistant of the county that the title of the item had been changed, and that the nature of the item when it was addressed would be a closed meeting. This was from the administrative assistant, so I requested a telephone transfer to. I said, "Who changed that?" And he said, "The Assistant District Attorney Wally Congdon did." I requested a transfer to his office, and I had a lengthy telephone conversation. That was the day prior to this meeting. I didn't understand, and having been involved in many executive and closed meetings, I didn't understand the reasoning for this being a closed meeting. So I requested an in-person meeting later that day. Mr. Congdon was not available at that time, but he would meet the following day. It was almost by chance that I was talking with Mike Galloway, and Mike said, "Would you like me to come along with you?" And I said, "Yeah, I certainly would. That would be great." And I told him it was at 1 o'clock on the 23rd in Wally Congdon's office, and we met up there the following day.
And sounds like from prior testimony, Mike had gotten there a little before you. I guess, can you take us from the point that you arrived and what transpired?
Yeah, the conversation was kind of free-ranging. There was several different conversations that were not a part of the agenda request, ranging from tribal permits, the validity of the current treaty, that there were actually 2 treaties for the Flathead Indian Reservation. There was talk about a variety of things, building projects, all those kind of, just a number of things. And finally, after about 15 minutes after I had arrived, I asked Wally, I said, "Well, this is all well and good. Well, when are we going to get around to discussing my agenda item, and why you changed the title of the agenda item, and why it's going to be a closed session?" At which point, Wally became very agitated with me. He accused me of 2 things: potentially violating HIPAA for commenting on someone's health issues, and he accused me of falsely accusing a county employee of manipulating the tape record, the audio tape record of a meeting that took place on January 20th.
Okay, and so this agitation and that part, so how long does that go on for? How does it change into, do you ever get to talk about your agenda item?
Your Honor, I would object on the basis this is not an editorial, so if we could have questions so we can decide whether the things we wish to object to or not, that would be good, I think. I have been generous about, let's hear the story, but at the same time, I need some questions one at a time if we're going to have any meaningful objections or changes. I don't know how to same manner, except.
Your Honor, I'm asking on the direct, an open question about what events are taking place. I don't know how to break it down because I don't know the event. So I will watch for opportunities to keep it to focus, but I think it's important that for the court to be able to judge not only the events that took place that day, but also the credibility of their statements.
Having previously admonished Mr. Jasper when in direct he was asking leading questions, the questions he's asking now are appropriate for a direct examination. They are not leading, and although it may provoke a narrative response, the questions themselves are not inappropriate. You can certainly object, Mr. Congdon, if they stray into a narrative, long-winded narrative especially, but otherwise I'm going to allow Mr. Jasper to continue asking his questions. We'll see where the questions take us. Objection overruled. You may continue.
So I think we were at, so at this point, the agitation is going on. At some point in time, do you get to that, or what happens is during this agitation, how does that transition to the next thing that happens?
Wally accused me or suggested that I had was falsely accusing Darren Castor of manipulating an audio tape. When I tried to speak, I tried to respond, he cut me off. And in short, said, I asked you why are you falsely accusing him? That happened 1, 2, 3, the count got to 7. At that point in time, I stopped, I paused, and intentionally for about 15 seconds, and I said, because Wally had been doing most of the talking, and the conversation had not been on this particular topic. So I waited for about 15 seconds, and then I said 2 things. I said, Wally, if you want to go ahead and run the count to 10, please feel free to do that. It'll be easier for you to remember in the future. Secondly, in pausing, I said that's the longest 10-second, 15-second pause since I came in here 15 minutes ago. And if you'll allow me, I will explain why I'm accusing. And I referenced the videotape that I had seen and the behavior that I'd seen as why I had listed that as a concern.
Okay, and so after you voice the concern, talk about the issue of manipulating the record on it, where does the conversation go from there?
From there, it went to what I expected from the county commissioners by embarrassing them in a public forum, and then softened a bit to what suggestions that I had for moving forward in a positive manner. I suggested that tightening up their agenda so there wasn't as much time for sidebar conversations such as the one I had witnessed. I suggested audio or videotaping of the meetings so that the commissioners could tell their own stories, and mic'd up so that people could hear their responses.
All right, and so after that?
The conversation seemed to temper just a bit, and when I came to the meeting, my feeling was that he was trying to intimidate me to actually pull the agenda item from the following day's meeting. When I left, I was considering doing that, but I wanted some assurances that the commissioners would seriously take a look at my suggestions, and we kind of left it at that point, and we left the meeting.
Okay, well, where in that point did it go and start discussing myself and Mr. Funke and in there?
Yeah, again, the conversation kind of moved around, topics seemed to change. I remember a part of the conversation in which he was very upset with Ryan Funk for going behind his back and trying to hire an officer, and that that Ryan had reached out to you, and that together they had sought out a psychological evaluation for a candidate, and that he was upset with the fact that you had been involved, and drove home the point by showing us the bill for those services from a Dr. Stoddard, and said, and here is my written response, and he read the written response that I believe at that time was draft form to go out to you. There was, the comments were along the lines of Sheriff Funk had gone behind his back. Sheriff Funk was a Brady officer. I didn't know really what that meant. That's not my background. And then there was discussion about the possibility of getting you disbarred for your behavior because obviously you knew this person, and that's how the bill had got sent to you, and that you were going to have to pay for that evaluation.
In part of that prior testimony about calling me a liar, was that part of the comments that Mr. Congdon made?
Yes.
Also, when you're talking about that bill, did he talk about getting us charged criminally, being criminals?
I don't recall the term criminals. No.
Did he say that anything about Mr. Funk or myself violating the law?
I'm not sure if he used those words or not, but he certainly referenced that it was inappropriate, and that he was angry with you and Ryan Funk for going behind his back. And I might add too that most of that conversation took place with his door open and his assistant sitting right outside.
And he literally was showing you a medical bill for.
He showed us an invoice from Dr. Stoddard for Stratford. Yeah, okay. Dr. Stratford for services and the follow-up letter. He read us the follow-up letter.
What did you think about that, Al, as far as?
I didn't want to hear any of it. It wasn't the reason that I was there. The reason I was there is to find out two things. I was there to find out why my agenda title, my item had been changed, and why the meeting had been closed. And so it had no bearing on that. And the only thing I could think of is he was trying to influence me in some way about that behavior and how that was inappropriate.
Subsequent to that, have you heard from other individuals or other individuals that they've heard similar things from Mr. Congdon related to the sheriff and myself?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Leisher? Just one here. Mr. Woodford, did you let Sheriff Funk know, did you tell him about this conversation with Wally, with Mr. Congdon and the things he had said about the sheriff?
Yes, I did. In a conversation I had with him in the hallway at one of the county commission meetings.
No further questions. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Congdon.
Several questions. Who else did you disclose your conversation memory to besides Mr. Galloway and Mr. Funk?
meeting at the time with a small group of people about the issue that created my request for the agenda item. And we talked about how bizarre the conversation was, and that it really had nothing to do, and that I was not pleased that the agenda item had been changed, the title of the item, and that the meeting had been closed.
So, to ask the question again, who else did you disclose to, besides Mr. Funke, Mr. Galloway, or who else? What other persons did you talk to?
It was a small group of people that had coffee, that we had coffee together.
And who would that be?
Those people were Mike Galloway, Ken Burley, Julie Prater, and Jane E.
That should be adequate for now.
Okay. Any further questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, not from,
Excused.
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Woodford, for your testimony.
How much time do we have left, Your Honor?
We have, I'm going to say about half an hour because I think I need to weigh in toward the end of this.
Okay. I would like to offer Mr. Congdon the opportunity to testify if he would like to, if he wants to dispute the testimony that was here today about his comments regarding myself and Mr. Funke.
Your Honor, I would offer just 2 notes, not as testimony. I don't think it's appropriate to...
So hold it, Mr. Congdon.
I'm holding.
I think that, so I haven't heard Mr. Jasper call you as a witness. He's giving you the opportunity to address those directly as a sworn witness in this and discuss it. This is highly unusual, but it would also subject you to cross-examination. So I would ask you if you want to take that invitation, because I'm still addressing petitioner's case in chief, if you wish to provide testimony at this time.
I will not provide testimony. I will probably reserve the ability to do that until a subsequent date, Your Honor, after some depositions. That would be my preference.
Then Mr. Congdon declines your invitation. Mr. Jasper, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor. I would ask the court's permission to take a 2-minute break to use the restroom.
We will take actually a 5-minute break to 4:25. So I'm going to leave all microphones and the recording live. Be cautious what you say around the microphone. Please return by 4:25.
You see the problem, I get the problem. See your party, at the same time, I don't know there. You see the problem. That's how you see it. You know, you are just the problem is contested. Here's the thing.
I feel like I laughed one time, she's laying on the living room floor. It's a hard word, she calls it ounces of hoof, you know. I'm tired, dear. And she's swallowed. Oh, yeah. Oh, I watched her cancer. You know, moral organs, she would just open her mouth and hold her kids would come out.
So Mark,
Yeah.
my ex-husband, had a English Bull Terrier, it was ours, but he kept it. And she had a super mom. She swallowed it, and she went to the vet, was in the vet, sewed her up. He somehow did her wrong, and she got angry and died. And the vet was so upset. Do you remember that show?
I don't remember that, but I remember that dog.
Yeah, Sally. You know Joe.
Yeah.
I know she was funny, wasn't she?
Oh,
I know, that was crying.
you know, some of those dogs do. I'm not kidding, her lap. Didn't know what it was. When I say she could bring up whole organs, I could never get over how she swallowed those without puncturing them. Well, they being huge. Oh, it was so funny. We could have taken her to the circus and made her a sword swallow. We could have. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing.
Gosh, all I get is hairballs.
Yeah.
Big ones though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sally was quite a dog. We have pictures of her. She climbed up the apple tree. Did you ever see that picture?
Did you, I'm just curious about that. Like, was you back?
Missoula, yeah. I don't remember who, but. Yeah, no, Reserve Street, I don't know. Yeah, oh, yeah. I don't know. No, it was a super.
Yeah, well, there were dog balls in her cousin, balls stuck in his tail, and they didn't know what was wrong with the dog, because somebody was babysitting it. And it was getting really fast, it's not good, it's such a ball. Did it whistle? When you read, oh, this dog was stuck in the ball.
I couldn't see the ball.
I don't know if the babysitter treated my husband well.
Yeah,
I don't know, I just know that the bell,
Yeah.
I was always trying to like, whatever kind of balls you did, it was a great guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like a wiffle ball. Right, anything with a, that if you pushed, you know, it would create a suction and suck your tongue in, I'm sure it would, okay. Maybe you should, yeah, it could be a big one.
Yeah.
Before you talk to me, I could see you. Just look at me. And then she turned face. And there's that one meeting of my mom. That was like 100 years ago. So
Was your mom
yeah, and Janet Roberts,
there? Yeah, well, I remember that. I know it's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, and
that's,
then as soon as you told me, I remember.
yeah.
So
Yeah, so but before that, there was like 12 years in this school. And I couldn't get back. I was at your house. I know. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I am sorry. For 10 years.
So that meant nothing. Yeah. Because like running, and a lot of times I'll be so focused here, I mean to say hello, but I don't because it just never comes out. You hear shit in the doorway that they didn't occur.
You may be seated.
Mr. Jasper.
Thank you, Your Honor. One, I want to thank the court for allowing us to have this hearing, but I'm really kind of disgusted that I'd have to come to the court on issues of retaliation.
Jasper, not that I want to cut you short, it sounds like you're launching into a summation argument. I don't know, given I haven't given Mr. Congdon an opportunity to call witness, Mr. Funk, or excuse me, Sheriff Funk, that it may be premature.
Okay.
To give your summation argument at this point. I don't know if you had in the next 20 minutes or so an additional witness you wish to call.
I do not, Your Honor. I have no other witnesses.
Okay. Again, Mr. Leisher, this is a combined action right now. Any witnesses you wish to call?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Congdon, any witnesses you wish to call?
I think, just a moment, Your Honor. I will lengthen the cords on these microphones one of these days. That will make life better. I would say we will probably reserve deposing some people in terms of making a final argument rather than calling witnesses at this time. I think the deposition round will be better at this stage. And also, I may, subsequent to the depositions, submit myself to Mr. Jasper and Mr. Lansell's questions happily as a witness if it's something that's appropriate. I just think it's not appropriate to do so now, because I also have no attorney to cross-examine me in the event I did subject myself as a witness. But with those things reserved, that's how you proceed, is no more witnesses at this time for us.
So I'm curious what you're anticipating, Mr. Congdon. I know we talked about continuing this to next week or what have you. I have a few questions for you. A, what more do you anticipate there being? Or this is sort of a discrete hearing on the issue of retaliation. I've heard a specific prayer for relief from Mr. Jasper. I heard a specific prayer for relief from the county attorney's office, and I guess I'm curious what more you contemplate so that we can all be on the same book and page.
The only thing I would contemplate, Your Honor, is in terms of the witnesses who testified that Mr. Jasper asked when I refute them, I would probably depose them briefly, ask some specific context to establish some questions of context. And that would be all I think we need to do with that. We discussed the proposed remedies and the proposed questions earlier. Our preference would be to get on with the mediation questions to try to do business from this point forward between the commissioners, the sheriff, and the county attorney in an appropriate manner and go that route. And I think as well, I think it's difficult to hear allegations of retaliations when people admit they've said things about the county attorney's office, etc. So I would say everyone talk about nothing else. That would be nobody else. That's my preference. That's all, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I didn't hear or understand that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Jasper had difficulty hearing that. You might want to pull the speaker back over. So sorry.
If you can summarize.
So what I heard you say, Mr. Congdon, and I'm summarizing this for Mr. Jasper's benefit because there was difficulty hearing in the courtroom, was I understand that you believe that it's necessary to depose some of these witnesses as to the context and timing of when they heard the statements being made, and that you would prefer to get on with the issue of mediation and discuss that. And, well, I think those are the two notes that I took. Go ahead and correct me where I'm misunderstanding.
I think you understand perfectly. The third question then was in terms of a remedy. It would seem that once we submit the result of the context question from our part and trying to get through the mediation process, I think then figuring out the remedy is something to do. But in the meantime, since retaliation seems to be an issue for both sides, because like Mr. Funke admitted, he said disparaging comments about the county attorney's office, I think an interim agreement that says nobody's saying anything bad about anyone or even talking about anyone might be the appropriate remedy to get us through mediation, which is important, I believe. That's my suggestions or thoughts at this point.
Mr. Jasper.
I don't know if the need for depositions under the writ are required. We've been trying to schedule depositions of other employees with the county, but I believe at the completion of my argument, it'll become clear that those really are not needed now.
Okay. Mr. Lecter, do you have anything you wish to add?
And I would add one other thing, Your Honor. The mediation, what is the purpose of the mediation? And I mean, I'm all for always sitting down and negotiating, but what is it that they want to mediate? I'm not, guess, privy to that.
Mr. Congdon, did you want to address that? What would be the issues for mediation?
I think the issues include how to deal with the respective offices on a straightforward basis, not behind anybody's back. To deal without an agenda of let's have an ambush as it feels when either extra witnesses, extra exhibits, or extra issues come up. So learn how to do business in a better way that way. 3, look hard at the product that needs to come out of the standard day-to-day business of prosecuting people, operating a county, handling the county's business, so that that runs itself in a straight-ahead manner without spending time on writs, and the remainder of the questions, always keeping in mind the writ obligations are an ongoing, steady thing to be accomplished. And the other part of the mediation question is that there is a lot of work still to do in the county attorney's office to be compliant with the disclosure portion. Mr. Funk's response today in his cross-examination was, well, what do? Tell my friends? No. What we have to do as a consequence of the medical exams, the mental exams coming back, is the county attorney's office ends up doing the work to distribute those appropriately as a Brady-Giglio disclosure to all the parties who were affected from 8/22 of 22 until now by the non-compliant or non-adequate medical documents. So the workload falls to the county attorney's office, and I think part of the mediation needs to acknowledge that that is an ongoing issue. And I did get the post documents finally yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock, part of them. We got, I think, 80% of them yesterday. The other 2 thumb drives should be in the mail tomorrow. But finally, after months, we have those. And so we intend, as we've been directed, to distribute those as well as soon as that's possible. And those will go to yourself and to Mr. Jasper and Kilby. One last note on that. I think since Mr. Lesher is in now as a res judicata question representing the sheriff, I think the same protective order you have should just include him bound the same way. So I can give him a copy of the same documents and have no worries about the personnel portion. Since we now have 3 rather than 2. I just think I have no problems with your order. I just think we should make sure it applies to Mr. Funke and Mr. Leisure, et cetera, as well, and we can finish those disclosures that we're required to do.
Okay, my turn. I can only express my great disappointment and increasing dismay that we are here today discussing matters that are well off the track of what the court believes were very clear and concise writs of mandamus, a very clear order to both the sheriff's office and to the county attorney's office. And what I'm hearing is a train that has seemingly jumped the tracks, to use a metaphor that was provided earlier. I don't understand how a fairly simple command to both offices can become such a distorted and complicated mess. I certainly don't understand the inability of 2 elected officials to get along, to work cooperatively in what should be a very close professional relationship, personal feelings and issues aside. I don't understand the name calling. I don't understand the label, which I did hear being used in open court, of calling someone a Brady sheriff. That is unproductive and certainly problematic if it has not been established by some court order or further court involvement. That seems to be an opinion statement, not something that has been a conclusion of law or finding of fact. Similarly, it is very concerning to this court that the county attorney and that office has used the immense authority and great discretion accorded to that office to seemingly speak ill of opposing counsel, whether that's Mr. Jasper or someone else in his office, or to speak ill again of the county sheriff. I don't condone any statements that may go the other way, frankly. I am old school. I believe in a statement that I used to tell clients in my private practice and that I trace back to my childhood, which is, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. And as attorneys, that is particularly true because of the office we hold and the import that lay people often give to our words, and that is increasingly true for the county attorney's office, who holds the top prosecutorial function in the county. I think that mediation may be helpful, but I would expand well past the mediation topics suggested by Mr. Congdon. and actually reduce some other ones. We should all be working toward the day when the writs against the county sheriff's office and the county attorney's office can be dismissed. That should be the singular goal of every person in this courtroom. It certainly is my goal. That being said, again, I think a mediation may be helpful in opening up lines of communication between the offices, establishing procedures for the sharing of information, even though I think some of these procedures should be simply intuitive. They're common communication practices. But nevertheless, it seems we need some policies and protocols for establishing that free flow of information and making sure that both offices have sufficient information to do their job. I would also say that an additional part of the mediation will need to be to address attorney's fees. I've become convinced after this hearing that attorney's fees are in order and should be awarded to the petitioner's counsel. I think that there is wiggle room based upon what I heard as far as statements to the county commissioners, at least third-hand or hearsay communications, to establish that amount at least through the date of mediation and determine what's appropriate. It gives me no great satisfaction to say that those attorney's fees would need to be awarded at least in part against the county sheriff's department and the budget for the county attorney's office, which are the very two offices we're trying to assist. But Mineral County, the commissioners are not a part of this. They may have supervisory control, they may have budgetary control, but they are not a direct part of this, although they certainly may need to take some budgetary action to address any award of attorney's fees against the sheriff's office and against the county attorney's office. And again, my hope would be that mediation can address that as well. The court is going to appoint an independent court supervisor to assist the county attorney's office in meeting its obligations and advising for appropriate policies and procedures appropriate for the development in the county attorney's office. I'm also going to charge that supervisor with other duties related to the concerns I have heard about retaliation, both against the Jasper law firm as well as employees at Mineral County. And obviously advising the county attorney on how to complete any disclosure requirements and meet the terms of the writ. I will say that I need a very specific response from the county attorney's office as to what additional tasks must be completed by the county sheriff prior to a discharge of the writ. I have heard some broad concerns, but I have not heard specific actionable steps that the county sheriff needs to take to complete the terms and the commands under the writ. And more importantly, I have at least a stipulation by petitioners that believe that the terms of the writ with regard to the sheriff have been completed. So if there is something that needs to be done, it needs to be spelled out in very specific concerns, such as Deputy X needs this piece of paperwork in the file. Deputy Y needs this activity to be completed. I want to know the very specifics of what the county attorney's office believes are, again, incomplete items. I recognize the duty of the county attorney to have to disclose any issues with the non-qualification of deputies and any irregularities in the files and process of hiring of those deputies. I think, though, that any disclosure is a two-step process. One, making any defendant or defendant's counsel aware of the issue, and then making available that information if there's additional follow-up. Because I don't know that a mental health evaluation originally completed by a PA, physician's assistant, that may not properly qualify, if there's a subsequent mental health evaluation by a qualified expert, really creates a significant Brady issue. It may need to be disclosed, at least for those defendants that had, again, a on-paper, non-qualified officer who is going to be testifying. But again, if the defense in each particular case wants to take a lot of time to research that issue, that's certainly on them, but I doubt that it's a significant issue if, again, there has been a qualified mental health evaluation later. But again, we're on the side of safety and disclose. But the level of that disclosure doesn't need to be a complete drop or dump of all psychological or mental health evaluations ever accomplished by that particular individual. So, I still am going to take this under advisement because there may be other things I need to add. I am going to rely upon the parties to identify an individual who you wish to have mediate that. I have heard retired Judge Russ Fagg is acceptable. Again, that would come at the cost to the county attorney's office and the county sheriff's office. If you need more assistance in deciding whose budget gets hit the most, I think more of it will tend to go to the county attorney's office and the sheriff's office, but I'm not going to, that can be a part of the mediation too, frankly, whose budget gets hit the most with that. I will admonish all the parties, but specifically the county attorney and deputy county attorney, to refrain from any further statements, misrepresentations, malignment of any kind of the sheriff, the sheriff's deputies, any other county employees related to, again, the writ and satisfaction of the writ, and the Jasper firm, Jasper attorneys and employees. I haven't heard them say anything about the sheriff's counsel at this time, but the admonishment would include them as well.
One query, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I like your statement a great deal. I would ask you to add one thing. I think it is more than fair for us to give a list to the sheriff's office of what we need them to accomplish, we perceive, for the writ to be satisfied. Similarly, it would be helpful for them to provide us a similar list of the things they believe that the county attorney's office needs to accomplish to satisfy the writs. And that would be mine and Mr. Rector. But if we both can give each of the writ recipients a list, that moves us that much closer to be successful in mediation as well. And I like your idea a great deal because it makes us sit down, put it perfectly in order, and if we receive the same, I think that would help us as well.
So that can be addressed in mediation. I'm placing this specifically right now in the county attorney's office, given there seems to be relative agreement that the county sheriff is in compliance with the writ. It seems to be the county attorney that is objecting to that issue, which again is a bit perplexing to me because it should be the goal of all individuals to see that those writs are discharged in their entirety against both offices, because I don't think it does any good for either office to be out of compliance. And I'm not trying to lead either office into non-compliance in any way, and nor should anyone in this room, frankly. I am not going to require it of the sheriff's office and his counsel, nor petitioners, but that can be an item in, and should be frankly an item in the mediation. What more do we need to accomplish in a very specific, frankly, time frame for completing that? And if more resources are needed, what are those resources? Whether that's in the nature of clerical assistance or attorney assistance or research assistance, I'm not sure. That will also be, again, a part of any supervisor. I am going to wait. I'm going to hold off on appointing a supervisor until the mediation has been completed. I want the mediation completed in due haste within the next 30 days, unless it is, unless the mediator who is selected is unable. That should be a consideration also in selecting your mediator. This, again, should be wrapped up very quickly. I recognize that there are issues that are time intensive, the disclosure part. I did not anticipate that that could be done in a very short time frame. There's a number of defendants and there's issues about addressing and former counsels and all of that. I do understand all of that. But there are more fundamental issues like creating packets of information that are ready to go out and are uploaded as a part of every discovery, where officers who clearly have Brady Act violations that information is just ready to go. Again, I also think that there is one collection point for all of the personnel files. I have heard that it's the policy of Mineral County that those personnel files should be placed in the HR department. It seems to me as a no-brainer that there's one file on each individual that contains all of the required material to qualify under statute, and that should be an easy thing to accomplish. No one should be looking around for the personnel file, certainly not the sheriff. Frankly, neither should the county attorney. And given the animosity that has been expressed in this hearing today, it appears that the HR office may be the neutral third party that can assist in holding on to that information and making it readily available to both offices when needed. Any other questions?
Judge, I do think there is some streamlining that can be done now that will be helpful in taking some of the load off of the county attorney's office. In working with the sheriff's department, throughout this case, it has been indicated to us that they are old policies and all sorts of policies. But within a few minutes, we were able to discover 2 policies that line everything out. And they could have been produced right away, and all of this other stuff, because we're being told new policies are being written and that type of thing, and never produced. But these are good policies. We went through them. They work. And so trying to figure out where this went wrong, it doesn't matter now, because the failure of the HR and the prior sheriff is irrelevant in going forward, because the sheriff, if he follows these policies in hiring on it and complies also with their procedure manual, which is provided by MACO, they're in a good spot. And so, the issue, we've been getting these dumps of discovery that aren't organized and not, parts of policies or things like that. I think for the county attorney's office to recognize that the Mineral County Employee Policy Manual and the Mineral County Sheriff's Office's Policy and Procedural Manual are the governing policies of Mineral County, then the looking back becomes not important. We're trying to go forward here, and before it was led to believe that there weren't policies or there are different policies or partial policies, and not sure. But these have both been adopted by the commissioners on it, and so I think that takes a significant load off of the county attorney's office for doing whatever it was they were trying to do, because these could have been produced literally in October, and we wouldn't have been having to deal with this. It literally took us 3 weeks of working with the sheriff's department, going through their personnel files, once we got those organized on it. So I really think there's a big part of this that can be disregarded. The updates we continually got about the policies, and we can't produce them yet. They're being written and modified or whatever. I haven't seen any of those, but there's already policies in place that we now have possession of that I'm comfortable with, that comply with the statutory standards in dealing with law enforcement officers and law enforcement agencies. I know that many jurisdictions use this Lexapro. It's updated yearly. It keeps up on all of the issues with police departments on that part, and it dovetails with the Mineral County employees. So we've knocked off a big thing by finally getting a hold of something that shows that whatever they were doing really didn't need to be done, because they are here.
Okay. I appreciate that. So I will just emphasize this one more time. The court is disappointed and dismayed by the status currently, and the fact that we have been sidetracked by issues that I think we didn't need to be distracted by. Again, it's difficult for the court to review in detailed fashion compliance with each of the commands that were outlined in the writ. I rely upon the parties to provide the court with the understanding of whether a command in the mandamus has been satisfied, and if not, what exactly needs to be done in order for that to be satisfied. I know I have received copies of information on individual deputies. I don't know that that needs to come directly to Chambers. That information, again, should be part of the file. There should be a checkoff box that says, yes, this has been satisfied. If there's something that needs to be in Brady material, then it really goes through the county attorney's office to develop a Brady packet that will go with that officer and will be disclosed anytime that officer is involved in a stop or an investigation where that officer will be providing witness testimony. I'm not going to review and do not wish to review the contents of every mental health evaluation for every deputy or every deputy's scores on their exam. That is not the court's prerogative. The command has been to the county attorney's office and to the sheriff's office, follow the law. And when I mean follow the law, here are the things in broad strokes that you need to do. Now you need to come back to the court and certify that those have been accomplished and prove, at least because petitioners brought this in the first place, prove to the petitioners that indeed each of those commands have been satisfied. So I'm going to leave it to the parties and who are much more familiar with the detailed work that has been done and needs yet to be done to provide in full exchange of information so that, again, the county attorney's office, the sheriff's office can know that what they've completed has met the requirements of the writ, and more importantly, find out what still needs to be accomplished. And as I said before, Mr. Jasper, I rely upon you and your office to assist the court in that. Now, Mr. Leisher, I rely upon you and your office, as I rely upon the county attorney's office, to provide the information about whether we are still heading toward compliance and what still needs to be done. Because if we don't know what we need to do, we're just going to be flailing about 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 1 year from now. And as I've indicated, the court's patience is being stretched. And we need to bring a rapid close to this. This shouldn't be an open-ended case, and I don't want this to be a perpetual supervision of the county attorney's office and the county sheriff's office. I trust the elected individuals who are elected to those positions can get the job done if they work together. We're done. We're done.
Say one thing?
No, we're done. We are adjourned.